Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Simon, Robin, Nodo, welcome. We're back in our run. And I guess last time we left off with the idea of planning a city here. Which means I have to probably get my planning hat on and figure out how we are going to do that. I do believe we will have a fence here. I don't think we can make it look nice with the mountain though, because the fence is always going to go up the mountain and we can't really clip it down into the ground to make it like flush with the mountain's steep edges or something. I'm not sure if we can do something like that. Regardless, maybe a fence here, I don't know. But yeah, that's the idea. Get a development going towards the harbor. Heating plant maybe up here, slightly far away from the city, at least 500 or like 500 meters-ish. I guess in here would be fine. And then slowly develop everything to phase out the the temporary starting buildings we just placed, where the workers can come from, walk onto construction sites, and they're not really bound too much by the train traffic. And we also have a supply of water and waste handling in the area. No incinerator though, but the technical service are running that for us. Repair station will not have any range towards this. I think it's going to be too far, so that is like somewhat of a priority to set up in the next year or two. That's definitely too far. Oh, I guess it can reach that far. 3.5 kilometers. Retaining walls need to be in the game. That would be cool, yeah. Where you could set up walls that sink into the earth on steep edges. Basically they would stay horizontal instead of like aligning with the terrain. The heating plant would not be next to the incinerator. I think the pollution of that would be too great. That's gonna be maybe next to our chemical plant in the harbor, if we build one, which we probably will, because the city will have a decent amount of workers. The tram will run along this road, I think. I'm sure that's gonna be a thing. It's a pretty large area, might be multiple tram stops involved. But that's for later. We need a tram stop here for sure. Unload the workers of the heating plant on the way to the factory, so the heating plant always has priority as the trams come in. And it's gonna be nice because right-hand turn, tram stop, and then back out. Or have the tram stop directly on the road with vehicles being able to go past it. That is also a possibility. We will need room for a train line through here. But that one's gonna go over the road that leads to the heating plant. The fire station and the heating plant will be behind the train line. I guess the train line could also go behind everything. Run around the back here, maybe a delivery spot for coal, for unloading. That could also work, yeah. That might even be more elegant. $160 of length for coal deliveries. Ideally the heating plant would be facing the city sideways or be like in the curve, but there's no really any room to put the heating plant up the mountain. Okay, if we're planning the train line to go past this point, then I need to leave room for it. Obviously. Train line around the outside with a unloading station off to the side. And then 160 meters of track with the train station unloading into storage into the heating plant. I think is what's going to happen. With a conveyor engine to make sure that the storage of the heating plant is emptied out as the last building. Okay, from here 160-ish meters. Small unloading station for aggregates. Yeah, 1,000 tons is fine. That is fine. That would be sufficient, I guess. Maybe build it a bit to look slightly more organized. That's a bit far. I mean, the junction's gonna come off of here. I'll hook up into a stop. And then wherever we can place the signal is where the distance is gonna start. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Sure. Coal delivery by distribution office for this area, which is hopefully going to be enough. Should this have been filled with clothing by now? Yeah, it has. It's just slowly being emptied out again, but until the train gets here again, I guess. You're gonna go to the customs house, and after that you're gonna pick up more clothing, which should be in Udonsk. And yeah, then you bring it over here again. Slow process, I guess. We can bring the high voltage connection from the construction sector down this way, so it splits off into the harbor area and into the city. And maybe put the transformers close to the heating plant. There's so much space here. That's pretty nice. Definitely need a fire station, tram stop. Large tram stop, I think, to let other vehicles go through if a tram gets locked up. I guess no, I'm gonna use a small tram stop and just run them off the side, because once we go to the harbor area, we're gonna run the trams back not through the stop, because they don't need to go here anymore. They should always be able to fully unload after delivering workers to this area. Footpath. Large waste storage, I guess. Make sure that the heating plant and the fire station are covered by something. Heating plant doesn't really need it, but we'll place it anyway. The tram road here is for trams only. The other tram line can be used by anyone. Now I have the decision that I could build brick roads with tram lines, which would be slower during winter. Since this is an access road that goes to the harbor, I don't think so, but maybe inside the city we can do that. Hope they're not going to overlap too many tram towers here when they're building it. Like power poles, I mean. So the area up here I think is going to be mostly organized in like sharp corners. This one could be a more organic settlement part. But there would be a tram line running around, like I said. This would be a tram line. turning right here into this part and running back through. So I think the road is probably going to stay fixed. The train line's gonna move at some point. Not in the beginning when we're building stuff up, but later on. It sure would. We would have to see where the tram runs here, I think. Lucky Leader, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Did your Republic do well? I mean, we were talking about too well, but it should be doing well still. Hope it's having a good time. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite Shred. We're also playing Workers and Resources. We're developing over Siberia. Last time we set up a construction sector in Beryoshov. And then build out to a temporary settlement over here where our city is going to reside. And I'm in the process of planning it out too well. Yeah, too well is too much. We are running a train trek to this area, which is taking care of passenger transportation for all of these. These trains are running once every 4 minutes, 240-ish seconds. And there's several villages along the route here that they're going towards. We have a temporary rail construction office here until the next city gets its own. But this is how we've expanded across the map. And all those villages currently go to Sovskoy. The only thing the villages have is food and meat and alcohol. And if they need culture, sport, clothing, they have to go to the city. And it's quite the trip, but yeah, we're slowly developing over the map, building quite a bit of infrastructure. 2007, we started in 1930, and we still have a bit of an issue with the fuel prices in our run. Currently they're down at 6,000, but that comes and goes. We were close to 15,000 again a couple years ago. And there seems to be another spike ongoing, so let's see where it goes. But money-wise, we're doing okay when the exports are running. Looks like there's a traffic jam. Why is there a traffic jam? What happened? I did change the signals here. Oh, you are the traffic jam. Need a chain signal here. A mixed signal, and I don't know if that's enough. It should be. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that signal. The orange block needs to be made longer. Was causing problems. I need to use those gondolas. Yeah, cableway cars are fun. Very efficient. I don't have as high throughput as buses or trains, of course. But for consistent supply, they're very nice. I could be running a lot more workers up here, I just don't have them because our train lines stopped working. They should be unloading towards the cableway cars. But iron production so far is enough. We're not exporting any iron anymore. We're just turning all into steel. So that was a traffic jam. I hope now the junction is set up correctly with the signals. The orange block all being a single one. Should hopefully be fine now. You want to turn... No, you don't want to turn, you want to go through straight. You want to go to Gugozhny end station. And you're still waiting. Now you're deciding to move, okay. Sure. Been doing a little bit of rework, that line. It runs all the way from... It runs through all of our rail-connected settlements. It goes all the way to Gugozhny, and the settlement I showed you. It runs through all of them. all the way to the construction sector, unloading workers here that can build stuff for us, and then going backwards and picking up the citizens from the villages. And it works when there's no traffic jam. But yeah, that's what we have been building. Pugodonsk, the settlement with the traffic jam I just showed, where I wasn't like sitting for too long. Our second settlement, first city, quite organically, almost no terraforming in the beginning, and then I flattened out more space because it needed to grow a little bit more for the iron mine setup. Up the hill. Clothing factory in early construction sector down the side. And then our second city, not third settlement. Third settlement was Turmasnoy, building up here. But fourth settlement, second city, Sovskoy, running the coal mine with the steel mill, brick factory, and another power plant in the area. And that one was pre-planned a lot, as in like this whole area was flat to begin with, so it was quite nice and easy to build a settlement into this location. Desert's 1950 and I have not gotten started on trains. I really screwed up my planning. Oh god, no, why not say why? Trains, like in year 3, you gotta have trains. I don't know. You can have trains. There was a hole in the mountain. We put power plant in here first, and then the steel mill and brick factory got built after. Coal mine and coal ore processing all in this location. And the waste management. Sovskoy looking way too good, thank you. We use the largest train station. We don't need that much capacity, but it looks really nice visually, I think. Makes it look more realistic in my opinion. And the other benefit is that it has a further reach because it's larger, of course. People from this side and this side can walk to it from further away because of its width. So that's quite handy. Retrofitted a tram line into here later. We didn't start with that, but we were able to upgrade it, find places to put down tram stops into the road, and that is working well. And then at some point I said, like, I need to develop further into the map. The Sovskoy city is nice, but I want to claim Siberia, so lay down more settlements. Kirov got built. There's some logging camp here. Wood doesn't really make that much money, so we're not running that on full efficiency, but there's a train, dedicated train running to pick that up and bring it to our sawmill in Pugodonsk, which was next to the customs house. Kamesk, a stop on the road down the line, small village. Doesn't really have anything, except right now it's running a temporary rail construction office with some excess workers. Don't need too many for that. Beryoshov. The goal of Beryoshov was to have a repair station and a fire station in range of the future construction sector, which worked out quite well. We were able to build that all up, and then I retrofitted another small fire station in here with a single truck, which is fed by workers brought by the train line from Sovskoy. And we started more liberal oil extraction in the area, because our money was getting quite low with all the fuel prices. Import prices across all time shows that fuel is our highest import good, with 278 million. We've been constantly importing fabric throughout this time to make a profit with clothing exports. But yeah, fuel is just really, really expensive. How much of your debt have you paid already? It's been fluctuating. We're back to a modest 8 pages. We started last time with 5. But a lot of these are low loans, and I'm like not bothering to consolidate them anymore. Just like taking out loans as needed and letting the game do its thing. We're paying 4 million rubles per month in loan payments. So now that the exports are running again, it might be getting better. Hello, Neo Roman Pizza. That's the current situation. Setting up the heating plant for the new area. Worker delivery by tram line around the outside. Return trip on the main road. And it needs a train station. Probably a large one again, because we're gonna send workers from here all the way to Sovskoye. Along the line with the small villages. The villages have small train stops of capacity of 500 workers, and our trains have a capacity of 400, so we can unload all the people on the train on those villages and load them back on again, and it resets their timer, so they will make the trip fine. And the villages themselves will not add too many people onto that line to become a problem. So yeah, there I guess will be a train line also through here. At least there was supposed to be. Well, the train line is on the outside. Right. I might need space for a double track though. Do I? How are we gonna do this? I guess so. Double track, return track on the left side. Because why not? But I mean, we shouldn't have any issues with junctions. But we have to have a crossover point like after the train station somewhere, where they flip the lines around. Could also be on the outside, I guess. But yeah, that's still open. The train line and the road going into the harbor location. Once we have some terraforming vehicles in the area, we can lay down exactly what we want to have. I think I'm going to change the train track to go to the other lane. I like my right-hand drive trains, I guess. Not sure if it's going to allow me to easily swap. It will. Okay, I'm gonna use right-hand drive, it's fine. Hey Brightward, so we meet again. Hello then, Trussie. Hello potatoes, apparently potatoes. Welcome. This is enough for a distribution office to send a train in here. Yeah, I guess we could start with the power infrastructure on this point. Get a high voltage wire probably laid across the roads here. Into a switch and then run our transformer. Well, one of them for the city close to the heating plant off of this side, maybe next to the road leading into the city. One could be on the other side of the city. 5 megawatt high voltage wire to another transformer on the outskirts at that point. And then 1 or 2 transformers on the inside here, depending on how extensive that is going to get. I think that looks good. That is not going to do because, like I said, there might be a junction out this way, so the power line kind of needs to curve around here a bit and then run through the middle where it doesn't get in the way of a future power junction in the area. But then the rest is fine, the rest can just go probably directly into the connection here. That would be power to be distributed into local switches, transformers. One for the city. Should be close to the fire station because if this thing catches fire, all the heating would also stop. That's all heating from Bugodonsk. I think it's because the rail distribution office got delayed from the traffic jam. And apparently that hasn't fully cleared yet. Oh god. What now? Why are you here? Because that chain signal. Why do you care? Like, why is that red? Oh, right. That signal needs to go. There you go. That jam. Yeah, there was another signal that was too many. But now it's fine. Minor traffic jam on the rail network. That'll be fine. Should this be a regular signal? Because currently the trains are being slowed down a lot. I'll have to keep an eye on it. Yeah, sure. Why not? This one will be a chain signal because the passenger trains have priority. But this way there's like any train leading towards the customs house can go. I mean, it could lead to like another traffic jam when there's too many trains in the area and then they block a traffic line here, a rail line. But the only thing they can really block with the incoming trains parking here is the track coming back down from the iron mine. Passenger trains would always be able to leave, so I don't see that as a problem. Should hopefully clear itself now. Okay. Do I want to change that power line a bit to like be more in line with the terrain? It's going to be in range of the oil field, but it's like on the steep slopes, so it's not going to interfere with too much. There's no oil here, so this could be flattened and hold more of the city. We might run the power line from like mountaintop to mountaintop or something. Oh, we can go here. That would also be convenient. And then run over the hillside a little bit more. What would that look like? That would look like satisfactory again. And then we run it along here and connect into the existing power line, giving us more space for the city instead. Oh, that's a power line. Not sure how structurally sound this is. We'll take that as a power connection. Still lacking clothing in Sovskoye, apparently. Hopefully the train makes it here soon. Because it also carries food and other things. It is going to the food and alcohol production at the moment. It is loading there. Carries 5.5 tons of clothing, not a lot, but with a constant steady supply it should refill the clothing storage inside the warehouse. Where the rail line would run along for the industry. It would hook up to a proper junction here, not this itty-bitty single train track that we're trying to get the settlement kick-started with. But there will be a proper two-track setup here. Now, the passenger trains could be in a terminus station, where they run in and then run back out right away. So I don't know if I guess it makes sense to have like also the passenger trains be able to go through the harbor. Like this could be a regular passenger track as well, mixed with industrial track, all going through the same space. Or we have a rail bridge go across here and bypass the whole harbor. Could lead to the issue of bridge height, I guess. But I don't think the early ships are that tall. I mean, I guess we could retrofit that in later. Well, no, the decision has to be made now, because we need to figure out which way is the train platform going to look. I think the train platform is going to look the way that it rejoins with the train traffic through the harbor, I guess. So all passenger and industrial traffic can go through that way. Means it has to rejoin with that track. Train line comes in, splits up, direct route to the harbor, detour, passenger track, and passenger track rejoins here. For the potential of passenger traffic going through the harbor into whatever small settlements we will build next to Tosma, the Western Customs House, that is a large customs house with 3 rail connections. And then we could export oil by train, but the goal is to export oil by ship, so we need to dredge out a path through here and get terraforming vehicles into the area. I don't know if this can be terraformed easily, if this is like tough stone, or if it's just visually. It is tough stone. Great. I guess we could dredge a path around it. So passenger trains are not longer than 200 meters, which means that the train station should have no issue rejoining. I'm wondering if we should use a smaller one. I mean, the settlement train station will mostly develop around this part, but the train station has to be on the train line. Let me get some more terraforming vehicles in place. This is going to be a planned city again, I guess. I initially thought it would develop organically out of the settlement, but oh god. I want this to look kinda like pristine in the town center. The rest can develop organically, that's fine. We need a road depot. And this whole thing is all going to be demolished at some point once we have a proper city running water, sewage, heating, electricity, waste incineration and the like. It's just there to provide us a quick and easy way to run fire protection and maybe have excess workers if we need them. I have no extra bulldozers. I'm gonna grab the one from the other construction offices because they shouldn't have them anyway. They're too slow. Let's check the train line again, see if the traffic jam is indeed resolved. Yeah, looks good. I don't see any train parked anywhere on the train track. Rejoining the train track up here is gonna be a double rail line because trains could be coming in from both directions. We'll get a nice smooth curve going again to get this train track out of here. I guess the heating plant is in the way. Well, it's still okay, I guess. Maybe we don't need the large train station because there's not... Well, no. I correct myself. We have 2 parking spaces again for each direction. So this will basically be passenger trains that come in from the harbor area, go through these 2 tracks. And then the other 2 tracks are used by passenger trains coming the other direction. So it will still be used. So what you are doing is going in parallel here. Okay. And then the last one isn't connected. That's too much for me. Normally I would run the industrial route right next to the train platform and maybe let the industrial trains run through here, but it's too risky. Passenger trains might use it. So the industrial trains are just going to be up on this plateau, running around the train platform. And the rest of the space could be used for construction, building stuff. That is open. Have you played Wano? I've played the previous games, and I stopped buying them for a lack of a feature that they never added. So I have not played Wano, but I've played Steel Division and the War Game series, I guess. Feature that I was hoping they would add at some point and never did was speed controls for multiplayer, because the game is too fast in multiplayer for my liking. But we never got that, so single player wasn't that much fun for me and multiplayer was too fast paced, so I stopped. Oh well, campaign is nice at least in Wano. Yeah, but I don't see me playing the campaign more than once. Maybe if it's on deep discount at some point. It was quite realistic. Okay. I didn't know it had a lore-based story. I mean, probably... I don't even know if it's Cold War, if it's modern, but... if it's Cold War, then yeah, that has been done quite well by a lot of games. I mean, Wargame also was Cold War. I think Wano might be more modern, but I don't remember. Okay. Then the aforementioned junction here. Power line getting in the way. Should be a wide corner. But yeah, this connects through here into a junction. Once we get rid of that power line, I guess, we can build towards the heating plant and set it up for now. Maybe this time I'll leave a little bit more room for a road here and also plan a large tram stop. Seems reasonable. The upgrade to tram roads would happen probably later. Just so we can get stuff built a little bit faster. A road connection from the hill down here, allowing us building opportunities near the coast. I don't know if we're gonna need a road bridge to access this area. I think if it is going to be something, it's all going to be residential and they just have to walk across. We might need a road... No, we don't need a road connection. I think we need a footpath connection to let construction vehicles over. That's about it. Curvies. Nice curves down here. Should make for interesting settlement design once we get to build in that area. I mean, that's where we will start, I guess. And yeah, this one would have to hook up to the other road up here. With the train station also having a connection. Yeah, we'll have to figure out how this will connect back to allow the tram line to loop in this place. We only need a train depot to bring trams onto this. So we can maybe put a train depot here, and the train line for the passenger tracks connects to the train depot. Have the repair station nearby. That should be good enough to hopefully run that. And here I'm not sure yet. This remains to be seen. The oil itself is already here. So I guess the road was already like a disconnecting factor. So there might not be much development here because the oil field will already start on this valley. But the city is supposed to be this location and maybe some development here. And it could go as far as down this way. This is all not covered in oil, and I don't think there's any other resources here that would make me want to change things. There's a little bit of coal in the mountain, but I don't see that being something we would extract. Which means the tram line could actually go across here, loop around, come back, and then go down this road, and then accessible from both directions basically. But yeah, that remains to be seen. For now, we will hook up everything here by train, and then run passenger trains and the resource deliveries here. As much as we can, at least. Yeah, the loan repayments are quite high. Let me refresh those last two loans I took out because they were at 4.9% interest rate because I took them out with the penalty interest. Just take all the loans we can at 4.7% for now, so I don't have to bother too much with the money. It is going to drop constantly, we're going to have to refresh loans constantly, but in general I think we're making more money than we're losing. If the trains are running on time, I guess. So probably a shopping center here, a smaller one, maybe one on this side, maybe one up here. This development up the coastline is going to be mostly residential, I think, and the commercial district will be here. So we'll have like a lot of people wanting to use the tram to get to this area. Workers and both workers and passengers, but they will have food in the area. That should be ensured. Good morning. Could you show where the Glorious Republic started? Hello, Dragech. Welcome. The Republic started in Gugoshny at Nakorov Customs on the Siberia map in the southeast, with a small settlement, a third of the size of what it is now, providing basic initial workforce in the first year already, and was later upgraded with a rail connection. And then it developed past Bugodonsk with its iron mine setup on the hill. First real town city. Later retrofitted with cableway cars up the mountain to supply workers to the iron mine over here. Third settlement, Toimasnoy, via road to build Sovskoy. The train tracks led around for further development around the mountain, but initially a large tunnel construction here took ages to get Sovskoy connected to the rail network, with a factory and a coal mine, food factory and distillery and meat production delivered to by crop trains, and a power plant, steel mill and brick factory with a single high quality coal mine that feeds into potentially 4 coal ore processing plants. Currently only 3 have been built, but a 4th one can be built at a moment's notice. And then the development along a longer path around here, with several villages started to get to city site number 3. Haven't used the cable cars yet. Could you show that? Cable cars are quite convenient to set up. Basically, both cableway stations can be built without a road connection, but you need a road connection at least to one of them temporarily. You don't have to have it permanently, but temporarily to deliver the cableway cars to it by truck. And then you can deliver up to, once it's connected, the amount of cableway cars it can hold. And it just runs continuously and brings workers along its path. We're bringing it up the hill here with some roads connecting it for maintenance of the towers. If you don't like that, you could also technically run it by helicopters. And we delivered the cableway cars here by road, and I made it a permanent connection just because. But yeah, they act like bus stops without parking spaces. You can also send buses to them to pick people up if they're waiting in the area. And otherwise they pick up however many the cableway passenger cabins can hold and transport them. If you want the larger capacity ones, you have to build the heavy towers. It does not matter if you use the small or large cableway station. That just determines how many people can wait in there. So the small cableway station has room for 250. The big cableway has room for 500 and also 2 parking spaces, so more like a bus stop slash cableway station mixed together. But both of them can use the heavy cableway poles, and the heavy ones support the cabins with 10/12 workers. The smaller ones have 4 workers, which is also good throughput, but with heavy industry you might struggle, or you will struggle, trying to fill the steel mill with just cableway cars, unless you run it pretty far. Are we getting train deliveries, or what's going on again? Alcohol is usually the warning message when something with the train is still not working. Okay, it is bringing stuff to Sovskoy. It is unloading right now. Good. Hopefully it'll run more efficient now, more frequently. And yeah, development along the coastline here, with train track and villages that are just connected by train line. There's no bus stops here. And some passenger trains, not every 60 seconds, but enough for most of them to be somewhat happy. Protecting a construction sector that will now work on setting up the new city. That's our current goal. And that's what I'm planning right now. At least make the town center commercial area somewhat nice looking. I also need an unloading station for the citizen goods by train here, which I guess we could have up on the hill. A warehouse slash meat delivery by train. Made a mistake in my tone, and it took me 2 years to correct the issue with the railway. Initially only built 1 track, and yeah, well, wouldn't be enough to, thankfully. There was enough room to add a 2nd track. Yep, that's how we learn. It's always through something. Well, at some point you get into capacity issues, and then you have to make a change. That's normal. People learn from that, and then maybe play where they always build like the required capacity right away, or some people continue building like that and only upgrade when it becomes necessary, and I fall into the latter, I think. We might run a bridge across here and just like have our resource storages behind the train station. Maybe we can run our resource pickups behind here. That way I could integrate this last train line into a delivery system, and it looks a little bit more interesting. For example, if we do something like this. I only need a single train line pretty much, but I don't need 2 warehouse factory connections out the side. That would be overkill, really. You can overlap the train tracks. Weird. That is weird. I mean, this would be enough. I need a meat storage and I need a factory connection for the warehouse, but I guess we're going to run multiple connections out, because I will have probably 2 warehouses in this area and the meat storage, so this building should be enough. And then the resource trains comes in here, unload, and then leave out this way again. We will probably have no resource train coming in from this side, but if we do, well, then we can just also connect these to the passenger tracks. So the warehouses will be over here. Road connected by a bridge into this area, room for distribution offices in the location to deliver citizen goods to wherever it's needed. What's the main export now? Only just started exporting clothing. It's like 1935 in my Republic. Export right now should be clothing and steel, maybe oil. Yep. But we had a train traffic jam, so there was a delay. Steel is picking up quite nicely. In total, it is mostly clothing, but I guess steel has overtaken it, with the export volume going up quite well. Ugh, had to sneeze. So warehouse for food, largest warehouse, way overkill, but who knows how large the city is going to grow. Warehouse for other citizen goods, and then the room for the distribution offices to be in this location, or over here, I'm not sure yet. They would make most sense over here because once they're built, they would drive out the building, right hand turn, pick up the resources, go across and leave into the city. When I build them here, they have to do a left-hand turn and then drive over their own exit lane. But that's just a minor concern for the distribution offices, I think. But yeah, that's pretty much what we are going to have in that location, I think. Resource deliveries for the city. I also need an unloading station for fuel, which I would put probably behind. The distribution offices will also move the fuel, of course. I think that's gonna be too sharp of a corner, but maybe I can build it like slightly angled. And if we can have both of these connected, then no matter which lane the resource train takes, it would be able to enter the refueling station if it has to. Like that, I guess. Looks like order also matters here. This was supposed to be handled by a distribution train, which is fine. Yeah, it can enter either of these and then go to the, I guess, the unloading. So I think the bridge should be about here. And then hook up into this road. I'm gonna figure out what it looks like first. Bridge will be there. It's gonna be a brick bridge again? I guess it can be. Could also use a slightly more modern style. How about a steel brick bridge. Doesn't like that. Have to give it like another bit of support here, and then we could make it work. No, it wants it completely. It doesn't like that at all. Well, that's annoying. Can you mix two bridges? Yeah, well, you have to stop the bridge. Like you can attach whatever you want to this now. It can be a wooden bridge, it can be concrete, you can do whatever. You just have to draw it in separate sections. I'm not sure if another type of section would fit here, like if we started doing a brick bridge now, how that would look. Oh, I remember that width. That's basically what we had. Nice, never tried to mix it, yeah. Brick bridge into steel bridge. I don't know how it would look like. I'm gonna make a truss bridge instead, I think. Oh, the truss bridge might work. Yeah, that one is way longer. That one should work fine. That one has no problem. What does the truss bridge look like up here? Bridge pillars. And I'll start with the truss bridge. I don't think it has to be that long, like, that's probably fine. And then 2 clicks longer here. That looks somewhat very unstable, I gotta say. There's no support here whatsoever. I don't like it. That looks strange. Decisions. We might just go for a brick bridge again. No, I left clicked as it was saving. Brick bridge, yeah. We'll have to redo the train line a bit, I think, to make it match the center. I mean, I can also do this, I guess, and not use snapping at all. That way it fits quite nicely into the middle. I guess that works. very long bridge again. Sharp corner here. Two distribution offices for the city should be sufficient. Two smaller ones. Could combine them into a medium-sized one. I don't see a problem with that. And then have a dedicated one for the fuel distribution. That one can be a small one for sure. If there's enough room for it. There is. And yeah, that way they will drive out, right-hand turn, pick up whatever they need. Fuel tank and bitumen tank can be in this area. I don't know if we're gonna have a construction sector locally. The one that is 3 kilometers away is a bit far, I guess. But it's what we have. Maybe the harbor area will have the next construction sector with some unloading for aggregates, or another quarry. The quarries are easy to run as well. Something silly here. Well, we could have the distribution office go out that way and underneath the bridge just to come out back the other side. And then maybe we can have two distribution offices here, just because. One of them handling rural distribution for villages in the area. Not enough space, unfortunately. I would have to move everything to the right side and then the train station would get in the way, but let's try it. I might be able to move the large distribution office too. That looks promising. Because why wouldn't I bring fuel out that way? Can have a fuel tank and a bitumen tank on that road. Fire services, emergency services will have to take a detour a bit. I mean, for fuel it makes sense. Bitumen... yeah, I guess the construction sector would get supplied from here. Why not? And then I guess the question is where the other distribution office will go. If I'm gonna use one of these, maybe we can move the gas station behind the distribution office and curve it around. That might also work. We can probably place a repair station nearby. I'm not sure if this small distribution office for like village is gonna be sufficient. But I don't think there's gonna be a lot of villages here anyway. Plus we have our distribution office for villages at the construction sector Beryoshov. So that would just be like a utility one. Alright, can that work? I don't know. Oh, YouTube being funny again. Because why not? Just reset my video in the middle of play. Seems like there's not going to be that much space, is there? What if you place it here and bring the distribution office closer to that area? Then we have a wider corner for the fuel train connections. It might just be enough. Nah, then no. Nope. Never mind. Then maybe this needs to be... No, that's also going to get in the way. Like I was thinking maybe here for the large distribution office of citizen goods. That could work. We can bring this road quite a bit back after all. But do I want them to all have to go around here and then pick stuff up? They should be pretty close to this, shouldn't they? The whole area on the other side of the road is still open and there's not that much traffic here. That would be the easiest way to do things. The fuel one should be here, I think that looks quite nice. I mean, the distribution offices are not super urgent right now. I guess we can maybe skip on the rural distribution office. That doesn't have to be that close, because those deliveries are quite irregular. Yeah, let's plan for what we had before, I guess. Small one for fuel and a larger one for the citizens' goods. They might not like that. Let's see if that works. I guess the other thing we could build here is a repair station. That would be quite convenient. Will that work? Let's try it. Yes. Yes, it will. Okay. Then potentially another distribution office here. For certain things, medium distribution office, and then we should have enough room for the train diesel station again, I believe. This was angled further back, allowing us to move everything further behind. Never mind. I have to be more space efficient here. I can't be like connecting it directly to the tunnel, unfortunately. Even though that looks quite nice. So distribution office here has to align with the train track. How did that even hook up last time? I think we had one on this side. Hook up the road later. Then one here. Yeah, that's how it was. One was over here. This would be a great time for wedge-shaped building. Hello, Code Monkey. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Did I really not just move this over here? I thought I did. Well, let's get this placed first. Alright, I'll move it somewhere else, I guess. Can we get a 90-degree corner here? Is that a thing? I think that might be asking for a bit much. Oh, we can. Perfect. Looks like we found our corner. Never mind. So it would have to be at an angle, maybe not as steep as before. Road connection makes its way through there. And then we need two connections here, so either direction can hook up to the station. And then the underground pipes hook up into That one. Oh, we can draw an underground pipe directly? No, that's above ground, sorry. We have to draw above ground. I will need the room for that to connect to the ground here without being annoying about it. So it has to move it back a little bit, I guess. Because it needs to connect directly to the tanks, since we're going to use distribution offices. Otherwise it won't work. Unless we use a dedicated train line for the city again, which I would like to get away from. We could use this, that should be fine. We're just running it out the other side, gives us more space. Really? That's not possible. It should work. It does. Okay, and then from here, that goes underground. That one goes underground. And then we can run a consolidated pipeline into the storage tanks. How sharp of a corner do we need? Not that sharp, but it doesn't like the road still. There we go. We might have to connect to the further storage tank from this, because this is longer. I might have no issue with it either, we'll see. It's fine. That would be for fuel and bitumen deliveries into the area, hooked up to a distribution office underneath the bridge. Should be a little bit more central underneath here, if possible. That would be nice. Come on. You had it. There we go. Thank you, autosave. Much obliged. Beautiful. Ah, it doesn't look great on that side. That looks good. Now to get the corner made that way. Perfect. And now the other side. Beautiful. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. Undetermined distribution office. Now can I fit the large distribution office for the urban distribution in here? Yes, no problem. Let me get rid of the road connection so I can move it as close to the other building as possible. That's fine. Can you fit a repair area covering them all? No, that one would be too far away. But there's room for a repair station back here. I would like the repair station to be next to the technical services. And probably in the construction sector, but we'll see. I'll have to get one built fairly soon. What the hell is this? What the absolute... What? Oh, I think it's just clipped underneath the ground. Jesus Christ, game. That looks so weird. Might fit if you place the bigger DO diagonally. No, that's not going to be enough space. Not going to be enough space here. I mean, we can get rid of this distribution office that doesn't necessarily serve a purpose and replace it with a repair station instead. The bin trick works for that. So you need to let off the bin trick. It's dangerous. It's too dangerous. Guess we could have a small repair station here, but then don't have a warehouse for the repair materials either. Lucky did it. Yes. But it's not working for me. I did it last time. It was a mess. So we could get passengers from the train station or elsewhere unloading to work in a repair station on this side, and the 5 like fluid trucks would get a repair truck driving to them. That's fine. But for the rest I kinda agree, which means the technical services might also be in this area. Kinda close to... everything kinda close to the city center. Normally I like having those further out, I guess. More room. The bin trick, good old bin trick. And then yeah, need a train bridge here anyway. Like a pedestrian bridge, I think, just to make it look nice. Allowing people access over the train tracks. Are we gonna use this? I mean, the train station comes with its own, like, underground access. We don't have to build it. But I will. There will at least be a bridge here going over these 2 train tracks so workers can get to this repair station, which still needs its warehouse, I guess. Build it here instead. Not using that room for anything else anyway. Gives us room for a rural distribution office in this area, or something else, like, that is still open. The rail line connection out of this would have to still be planned. I mean, this whole track kinda needs to, like, go down and merge with this track. I don't really think we're going to, like, run this up here now in a sharp corner. It has to, like, sort of go along the road connection, because the road is the limiting factor for the settlement. So yeah, the other train line has to come down, I think. And then we just run on the outside of the oil field and see where we hook up. Once we can get rid of the power line, we can build the new train track. So this is where it would be heading. We'll have to slope this down, hope that it doesn't bury our repair station too much. Train depot in repair range. We will put a repair depot in the harbor next to a repair station for the ships, I think. It's not going to be in here. Zoll oil field to be developed. And yes, the train track comes around here. And we will need to set up the junction once we can get rid of the power line, which happens after we set up the high voltage line with its transformer and local power supply. We'll need shopping. Food, meat, alcohol, clothing, electronics, all delivered to by train in the future. In the beginning we can supply it by distribution office from the warehouse up here. And these workers can supply drinking water. And a protection for the sewage discharge, and just make sure that that is all working. And if we have excess workers, we could theoretically pick them up and bring them to like construction sites, but there are not that many people living here. And the personal cars right now are also not good enough to bring them back to the other train station. We're waiting on this passenger line to be built. Once that one is done, we can run the new passenger line this way and finish the construction of the industrial line. Steam trains and personal computers. Yes. I'm considering the fact that I would like to have a rail construction office in the area too, but I think that makes sense to have in the harbor with gravel production locally and so on. So the lower side connects to this train track, leaving outbound. And then the other train track connects here, inbound. Ideally before it crosses over the train track. And if we need to have trains that turn around in the train station, then I would have to make a point here to allow them to do that. Which I don't know if I want to. I mean, they will have to turn around, but I don't think a loop behind the train platform would make sense. Like, trains coming in, leaving, and then returning. I guess it would kind of make sense, wouldn't it? Like, just having this loop, getting back on the line that way. Kind of fits here. It's a very sharp corner. And for the other side, it sort of doesn't work in the area. But at that point, we can have a... Like, if trains come in on this side and want to leave the other way, we definitely can have a crossover point on that side to make that work. But here it's a little bit close together, so I think that loop would work quite well in for that purpose. And maybe even the other one, if like resource train comes, want to come in and turn around, which I don't know why they would do that. Would be an option. It would basically be a loop. I did pick the correct track that I wanted on its own. I guess it was a 50-50% chance. We're gonna plop down a market hall as a shopping center here. It would be a very large volume of shoppers. Sovskoy doesn't have that many. We're like, I don't know. I guess the settlement could be larger, but I'm also planning to have like maybe multiple shopping centers around it. It's only 5 more workers for 65 more visitors. Space requirement is significant though. I think this one is like our best bet for almost no space usage. That looks quite nice. And then the bridge for the pedestrians here somewhere, going across, looping around, allowing workers for the repair station. Simple shopping center. Initial food supply will be assisted with grocers. An alcohol kiosk is needed. We can build another larger pub again. There might be multiple distributed ones instead of like slapping down this huge monstrosity next to the train station this time. This would be a perfect spot for a pub here, but can't have that. Yep. That will work. Leave enough room for a footpath, corner, pedestrian bridge across, and then that one turns back around. Might be a little bit close to the rail line there. I think it's still going to connect even if it doesn't show it right now. These are going to be brick footpaths. Put a waste storage next to the repair station. Loyalty is now at 58%. Let's check on the orphanage briefly, because I'm kind of interested. Also, loan interest rate is down to 4.6%, so we are definitely paying back loans and making money. Otherwise, the interest rate wouldn't go down. It is overfilled with children. It's struggling to supply any loyalty. Yeah. That one is not doing too well. I don't know, the workers try to go here from very far away. There are people in here with like 80 and above % loyalty. Which is due to our prison, which is not overfilled. People in here get a lot of loyalty. 100% loyalty from a prisoner. Basic education, but if we have someone with a higher education, like you're gonna be released with 100% loyalty. And then just put them somewhere where they're really, really useful. Like maybe we should restrict people moving in here with the highest loyalty now. Like 75 and above are allowed to move in. If prisoners get released with a high education, then they're allowed to move in here from the prison and work in our TV station. And that's the setting we're going to enforce, 75% or above. Come on. Good enough. More houses perhaps, closer to working places or a bus station. There's a tram station right here. Tram stop is stop 5. We do load workers at the train platform, only 10%, but I guess I could up that a bit. Sure, we'll load 20% this way. I think it's just that the walking distance is so far and they're walking to that building from very far away. It might be a good idea to have the orphanage in a completely like isolated area with no footpath access and only people by tram or like public transportation is allowed to work there. Okay, time to add another train stop after the construction sector. There will be no more citizens over there soon, but right now I'll leave it enabled. You will have City 3 train platform. Unload all workers. As a transfer, I guess? Sure. And then load anyone but workers. They will unload all workers at the construction site, just in case there are any. So now we'll pick up citizens from here and bring them to the first village, and then they go into the regular route of being transported all the way to Sovskoy, which is quite a distance. And only one train is allowed in here at a time. So the construction train will have to wait until the passenger train has left. Which will cause delays, but that's the way it's set up, I guess. I can place a signal here, but that would allow the construction train to start moving when the passenger train is in the area. I'm not sure I like that idea. I mean, it should be fine, but only after we have this block built too. Yeah, there's gonna be some delays here. Okay. Personal cars can stop running because we have trains running now. Can make their way into a depot that has enough room for 6 vehicles. Not in there. That is only 5. Good enough, I think. We'll move one vehicle out of the area. I have to go back and check the delay of the passenger trains if it gets too bad. I mean, once the passenger train has left the area, the construction train's gonna move in, letting the other passenger trains through. And then we have to hope and wait that the construction train doesn't block it up here for too long. But it kinda will. I mean, until it gets past the signal, I guess. I will tell the passenger train to ignore the next red signal. It should be fine. I don't know better steam construction trains? No. We got the O&K Dampfdrehkran. The Weimar Dampfkran was available from the beginning. I got this one. Slightly less build speed, but they are much shorter. And cheaper. Otherwise, there's nothing. The LTC you can not use after initial connection to the customs house. NATO does have one, yes. NATO has a better one. That one. 45 kilometers an hour. 22 instead of 17 track build speed. Also available from the start, but we're not at NATO site yet. Oh great. Construction train. Well, at least if there's no signals, they will drive very nicely. Like, it's not gonna drive too fast, it's gonna keep the speed like the train ahead of it. Can you ship it? No, we don't have a harbor yet, we're working towards that. I mean, I could have placed the harbor earlier, I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Slightly faster would be kind of convenient. But it doesn't look like it makes that much of a difference. Let me check how long it is, because if it carries a lot of resources, then it might be worth it. Like the Weimar and the O&K carry the same amount of resources, but the O&K has one wagon less. 22 meters. Is it longer than 22? No, 21 meters, but maybe it carries 2 wagons full of like material, I don't know. It could be. It has more track build speed, so presumably it would... I mean, it would still be a benefit because we could run it with fewer workers and it would be faster. The tram line here is gonna be weird. It might run... yeah, it's going to run counterclockwise again, because it has to go to the harbor later on, requiring more trams. I need a train depot next to the road to allow for the unloading of trams. So this is where we would get our trams delivered to by a train. And then they can go out on a tram track, normal road. Just have to pull enough trams into there. No large depot. That one should be fine. And we're going to use the same ones as in Sovskoy, I think. Let me correct the stop and make sure you don't load anyone who wants to get a university education, because we don't pick those up. I kind of want to bring the terrain up here, so we can have the bridge go this way. No, that wouldn't help. I was thinking of like bridge, some terrain to get like a curve in, and then more brick bridge. I guess I could bring the bridge over this and then hook it up this way, but nah, that's fine. There's not going to be a tram going over the bridge anyway. That'll be okay. Probably go around this hill and then to the junction. But yeah, I have to get rid of the power line. If we unload workers at this train platform, then we could bring those to the heating plant and protect it with a fire station. And then set up the electricity to provide power for this location. Which we could do if we just set up a couple more houses as well. I don't necessarily have to make sure we bring extra workers to this area. There should be an ambulance in here. No uneducated people yet, but that could become an issue, because there's no school here. The school children have to take the train to Sovskoy to go to school at the moment. Oh, no, there's some workers waiting here. I don't know if they got delivered by train. They shouldn't have been. Unless the construction sector area is completely full of workers. Which I guess they do have a decent amount here. Yep, this time the rail construction vehicle, I mean it might still drive past it, but in theory it could wait until the passenger train has left. In practice it will start moving as soon as the passenger train has pulled into the station, even if it's the same block. Because it knows that it has a free path at that point. Getting the power hooked up to remove the temporary power line is not that urgent, because we could just draw a new one that is out of the way of what we're planning right now. That would have been cool, but guess we can't get that connection in. Will that work? Yes, good. We'll build that one. Once it has been built, I can tear down the other power line and we can hook up our train tracks for construction with the new proper junction of this area, building towards the train platform. And it would help having a rail construction office here, wouldn't it? It would really, really help. Beryoshov has too many uninvestigated cases. I don't know why you have that much crime right now, but sure. There's not a lot of regular citizens here, I guess, in the police station for some reason. Don't you need more crane? What, road cranes or rail construction vehicles? What cranes do you mean? We're gonna build up a rail construction office here with a distribution office to pick up the resources and bring it to the rail construction office. And then move the rail construction vehicles over. That will handle rail construction from this place. Temporary-ish, but should still be asphalt road because it's kind of important and there will be valuable equipment in this building. Road cranes. Yeah, a couple more couldn't hurt. We have like 4. 2 in each of these. The old ones, because we're not taking modern equipment. Oh, the passenger trains are getting bunched up here. That's not good. I will need a passing track here. This is not working out. Allow the trains to drive past each other. Only a short section, so we can demolish it fairly soon. But yeah, set up the rail construction office. We can place signals, which is good. Build that too. Oh god. Yep, that passing track is gonna be important, I think. And then next rail construction towards the new construction office, which you've already assigned yourself. Good. And I guess with this, the other temporary rail construction office can be removed then. Once it's been built, we can bring all the materials away from this area. Definitely get rid of the gravel processing. And just, yeah, move everything over to the new area, which is being run by train deliveries full of workers. Just gotta wait for a passing track to be built, and then we can have 2 trains running here, through here a lot more efficiently. Construction train has lower priority, so I'll start you first. Resource train can move through. Next passenger track is stuck behind, that's fine. Yeah, because as soon as the other train would pass this area, the next one could already start moving. That's why we would have twice the throughput through that place. Is this interrupting the other train? No, it's not moving. Good. I don't know why you're lagging behind so much. Like, there should be enough workers to work in here. But you're not really working. Unknown loyalty. Happiness is over 50% for most of them. Some of them have low productivity, some of them have 98%. Sovskoy, shop out of store, grocer. Is it meat? That probably was meat. No, it might have been food because food has just been refilled. But they don't carry 7.5 tons, it must have been meat. Guess this is gonna be our work for. It's gonna be work for our first. The first job for our new demolition office setup. Tiny demolition work on this power line. Oh, looks like we're down to 6 pages. The loans have been paid back quite well. In the meantime, I'm just gonna let them tick down on their own. Not sure why the deliveries are running into issues. Maybe the vehicles are getting repaired. We will not need a tram depot. We will need a tram end station with a repair station next to it. So does that mean I have to bring the trams over here to repair them next to the repair station? No, I think we're gonna have the end station in the harbor, or maybe next to the heating plant. Have another repair station here for the trams, basically. Trams can come in, go through the end station. They would have to do that on the return trip, though. Because if they do it on the initial trip, they don't carry people through the end station. I guess we need an end station and a repair station after the return trip from the industrial area, somewhere in this location. Small repair station just for trams, I guess. No trucks in there. And we're gonna deactivate other vehicles driving to it, probably. I think the other demolition's already done. Yep, we have 2 connections here, so it is done. We're going to plan and build that junction once the new rail construction office is online, because right now it would mean that the other trains would have to drive relatively far. But as a concept, it will come down around this hill, then basically curve around this one and head into this area. Yes, you can drag it straight across here, but trains usually avoid elevation because, well, they have to burn more coal, fuel, and if it rains it might be quite slippery. Not gonna do a tunnel? No, the hill is too flat for that. It's a very... It is a hill you technically could run over. Like this one is like 7 meters? Like 42 down to 35. And then this one, 44 down to, we want to be at 24. I guess that's doable, but no. I think I'm just going to snake the train track around. There will be gravel roads in the area going over the train tracks to run towards the oil field. And there will have to be fire stations nearby to protect them, I think. So there might be like a personal car route going to the fire stations. Tunnel on open terrain with a flat hill doesn't sound nice to me. Technically no return track needed yet, but definitely has to be planned. It's gonna be 2 Ys, T junctions next to each other instead of a 4-way junction. And yeah, that one will basically curve around here and then curve around that way around the hill. Because from 24 height to 24 height to 35 height, so it has to slope down, then just go around the hill. I'm not going to raise this up elevation-wise, we're going to slope down here. Interest rate 4.6. Going to take out as many loans as I can at that interest rate. Because it's cheap. Before something crazy happens with the market. Oh yeah, at some point we can pay them back. But this way I don't have to worry about running out of money and doing penalty payments. Fire station, switch, transformer for power supply. Not urgent, like I said, because we have our other power line that is now out of the way. Dad's not paying off his debts. I am paying off my debts. I'm just taking them as financial reserves. So we can pay off 14 million right now if I want to. Hello, Neo Contra. But instead, rather, I'm taking out low interest rates before they get more expensive again. And letting the other loans tick down. It's going to be a page of loans ticking down within the next year. This is 350 days. And then 2 more loans on the other page. I will probably be able to pay these off right now. If I would be fine with all the clicking, I guess. Yep, that's some delays. How much of the map is developed at that point? I mean, we're doing low density development, but like we would probably count this square as developed like 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 squares are developed out of the map, out of 6x6, so 36. Getting close to a third of the map being developed, having some development in them. Two gravel trucks, 2 open hull trucks, that should be sufficient. Not gonna start building from the NATO end? No, because there's no early start vehicles from it that we could use to start building from there. There's nothing. There's an excavator and a bus, but since I'm sticking with early start vehicles, we can't really start building from that location, unfortunately. Small traffic jam. Because 2 construction trains are making the way to build in stuff in here. I thought they were. Where are they? Oh, there's the other one. I just missed it. Another train could run through here right now. Let's run this as mixed. And once the other train is done building, we'll place another signal and then the trains can run through here while this is being built. I should do that right now. Let's do it. It's backing up a little bit much. Let's build the other rail construction office first. We can have this be slightly deprioritized. I can undersign it until we have the new rail construction office going, I think. Then construction will be a lot faster. Why are you stuck? You shouldn't be stuck. Oh, there's a passenger train here. You are stuck. Makes sense. Passenger train track will be built soon-ish. Worker deliveries have stopped because of all the delays. Maybe that caused a lot of crime because the passenger trains stopped running. I could see that. That might be the reason why Beryoshov had a lot of crime. I think it was something else though. I think there was a local fire. I don't know if this switch can catch fire. They don't have a transformer. One of the signals you placed was a block signal instead of mixed. Here? I mean, on this side it was on purpose if there was one. These are all fine. These are all fine. Looks okay to me. Didn't see through the logo. Yeah, that happens. Can we get some workers? 46, okay. Prioritize the road to the rail construction office so we can build that up. And we'll start tearing down the other one. After emptying out most of the materials. Why is Sovskoy having issues? It looks like meat deliveries are occasionally a problem. Shouldn't be that far though. Let's see. 50%. Grocery store, Sovskoy. Yep, at 50%. So it should already be on its way again. Yep, seems fine. It should be able to make that trip. I might have too few meat trucks, I guess. Let's move another one in. Yep, now we can build here while passenger trains are running. Very good. Although it will be delayed once we get the rail construction office built. Let me know when that one is done. Hopefully soon, once we get the first set of workers here. I might place the gravel and pave it in one go. Don't know where they went. Seems like they already got picked up somewhere. Or we had another delay. Yeah, I mean the passenger trains are all locked up here, so I guess it kind of makes sense. Good day. Notice you seldom have fuel delivered into CO, police, hospitals, etc. Yeah, I use gas stations instead. That way I'm not running into issues with too many assignments on distribution offices. Just one gas station and they will drive there themselves to pick up their own fuel. And they have lots of time for that. I don't see a need to have a hospital supplied with fuel if they can just drive to a gas station if they get low. They just drive around the block to the gas station and then refuel themselves. Loyalty at 60% average. Massive loyalty gains in the prison, just absolute indoctrination. Everyone's at 100% now. If they stay here for... how long did you stay? 4 years? What's the shortest stay? These ones are staying for a very long time. They're gonna get released and be absolutely indoctrinated. Yeah, crime is basically going to make our nation more loyal that way. I could bring the loyalty demand higher to, I don't know. If I could set it to like require only 100% loyalty to allow people to move in here, I would. Then we could have the prisoners move into, the highly educated prisoners move into these two structures and run the TV station. But that is not an option. But I could run, I guess, professors at 100% loyalty. Because they can walk there from pretty far away. Maybe I need a secret police in Bugodonsk as well. I mean, they're still benefiting off of the loyalty increase in total. Because they're still listening to the radio and the TV stations that we do provide. Ugh. Delays. Move. Move? Okay. Then we have to wait for another train and then the oil export train can move through. I built the 45 space orphanage. Still getting a loyalty penalty. Is it possible to get it positive? I'm having the same issue. The problem is that there need to be enough tutors here, and well, I did increase the amount of people now being delivered by tram, but I think it might be really useful to have an orphanage on a train, like a tram stop or a bus stop with worker delivery made exclusively that way, because otherwise they might take too much time to walk there. But the orphans are not having a great time. I'm trying to indoctrinate them too, but there's too many orphans basically, and the tutors are not running sufficiently well enough. I guess one way I could solve that to only have them delivered workers by tram is to just not let any workers enter any other entrance and then set up a footpath directly from the tram stop. You know what I'll do? No people may walk here by footpath, which will lock out all of this area, I think. Most of it. I guess they can still walk around. Well, then I guess we could put another one here. That way, people by tram get unloaded and can walk around and into this. Or I can have a footpath connection here, I guess. It's still not cutting off most of the houses. How? I guess they're walking around this way and still make it? Well, then I guess this idea doesn't help too much. It maybe reduced the range a little bit. Not really, still the same range. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I'm checking the wrong direction. I'm checking from the orphanage when the footpath access is the other direction. So it probably was working. People from the orphanage can walk everywhere, but if I check from one of these houses, can't reach the orphanage currently unless I build the footpath again. Or maybe it's showing with the road signs, I'm not sure, but currently they can't get there. So I guess it is working. I need a more reliable supply of workers here, basically. The amount of tutors is quite low. But without a loyalty boost, I don't think... a loyalty boost to your citizens, I don't think you can get them to be very happy. This would need to be crammed full of tutors at all times. And currently it is not. It is struggling to maintain half full. Yeah, the orphanage kind of needs to be like right next to some houses. Realized using the orphanage that the kids there study for 8 hours. Yeah, they walk to schools and they do go to schools and the university if they're in walking distance. So they are making their way through the city to the other areas. I don't know where you're going. Walking to Cableway Food Factory. Why is that? Wait, what? Excuse me? Why are you going that way? Oh, are you working already? You're not being picked up by the cableway. I have no idea what you're trying to do. You didn't go where you wanted to go. Like this. Oh, that's because. Okay. Remove all connections for these. They can go wherever they want if they get to the tram stop. That's why the students didn't go the correct direction. There's a local school here though. That is in walking distance. But they were trying to get to the university. Yeah, now we have some loyalty gain. It requires maximum amount of workers pretty much. But you also increase your childcare with more workers, so I guess it just will have more children and you're still gonna have the same issue. The orphanage is a bit weird. I mean, it runs... I would assume... It would have assumed it would run like a prison. Where you have a certain amount of like capacity, but it runs more like a kindergarten. Where the amount of children you can have depends on the amount of tutors in the building. Still reduces criminality. Yeah, it will reduce criminality and increase your birth rate. Up to 14,000 citizens. Okay, that resource train will leave and then the traffic jam has been like removed partially until the next rail construction vehicle will make its way through here. I think I'm gonna let the rail construction office run itself dry on resources now. Like phase out the gravel basically. Because we're gonna have to remove a lot of it anyway. So after you have fully unloaded, you're gonna go into a depot. You know what? It should probably be closer because you're going to be made to work in the distribution office. There we go. We'll need another aggregate truck if I have one. I have none in the depot, so I'll buy one for now. A large one. 870,000, no problem. There's a rail construction vehicle trying to move into this area. No, they're not. Where are you going? Oh, you're waiting for the other train to move out of the area. That makes sense, I guess. I guess we could put a chain signal there, then it wouldn't be an issue anymore. I'll just leave it. Rail construction office being built, as is the distribution office for the RCO. We're gonna unassign or invert resource deliveries. Just unassign it. No more resource deliveries here. We'll pick stuff up. it is also being picked up from a construction office open hall. They should be picking up locally now. We have the resources locally now, but yeah, use those materials, I guess, that's fine. Go into a depot. We'll get rid of the gravel quarry. There's no fuel in here, it was only temporary. Can get rid of the train station for unloading. We'll do that with the... We'll do the demolition with the other rail train... the other rail construction office, I think. Because these ones don't have waste management. I need the one from Sovskoy. No more gravel. This building is obsolete. The rail construction office can keep working for now, because I would like them to finish this train track, and they should have the materials for that. Otherwise we can't send the rail construction vehicles here. This is also a temporary one. The next permanent one is going to be near or in the city, in the harbor specifically, as previously mentioned. But yeah, this would get things running a lot faster again, moving it. Demolition office from the construction sector will have everything in range. Don't need to worry about that. Yeah, I haven't really thought about like how to set up a very efficient orphanage. You need to really reduce the walking distances going to that building. Like anyone who can walk there from 400 meters means that the orphanage is not properly staffed for some time. It doesn't work well with long distances, I feel. I'm gonna use this distribution office to also empty things out, I think. I don't know why this video is so weird with the jumps while playing. Let's do that one. Demolition finished. Can get rid of the dirt road. Make sure the tunnel isn't getting demolished as well. And yeah, the demolition offices will bring everything back to that local storage. And then the other distribution office will slowly empty it out whenever it's necessary. Should keep things pretty convenient. Thank you. The water truck can also go back to a depot. It's not going to be necessary anymore. That excavator just arrived in time for the last 2 work days of work that need to be done. Almost got an entrance, then we could start building the rest from here. Very good. And the passing track is also nearing completion. I'll build the rest with the new rail construction office when the vehicles have been relocated. Some delays on the train track, but we are getting some workers again. The delays were from the previous demolition task of the train track next to the other rail construction office, and they were very long because they had to drive the train there from Sovskoy. Return some of our loans. We're waiting on the rail construction office to be built. If we bring it back below like 4 pages, then the game's probably going to be like, oh, you're doing too well. Let's turn up the difficulty a bit again. Now we can take out 4.5% loans, which we will do. 4.6 is fine. And get rid of some of the other high interest rate loans. Down to 4 pages. Okay. We're back down to 4.6% loans. Economy is doing well. Excellent, everything 4.5 or 4.6%, mostly loans. Down to 4 pages. Almost 3. I mean, I can lower it down to 3 pages basically. I'm just not sure I want to do that because, like I said, I think the game might throw something in a spanner in our works. New rail construction office is hooked up. I don't know why there's a student here. Why is there a student in here? Basic school education. What happened since the beginning of the stream today? We're planning out City 3, unnamed city. Building towards it, somewhat. Setting up like the initial roads, so then we can start building the buildings after. I'm relocating the rail construction office to hook up a passing line here because train traffic was very slow. Was slightly too long. Both the construction trains and the passenger trains driving through there. And we haven't even done any meat deliveries yet. I'm tearing up the old rail construction office, but it's mostly about city planning. And I had to deal with some traffic jams on the rail network, but they seem to have been resolved. Need some passengers, need some workers. Will do. So yeah, we planned heating, delivery of coal by train for the heating plant. The resource storage is for the city, with some distribution offices and a repair station nearby. Some basic shopping and alcohol facilities. More to be planned, of course. The idea is going to be that like culture buildings and other things will all be in the same district, and the coastline will be mostly housing, and people will be dropped off here and should be able to walk to everything they want in very short distances after they get here by tram. Hello, a new city? Yes, Scott. City number 3. The city we built the construction sector for is now being developed. We set up a small initial couple residential quarters here. They are struggling to get a school education, it looks like. Maybe I need to set up a temporary school locally. I thought I could avoid that. But yeah, they're here to provide water basically, and some emergency services. Communist Greece? Why that? I don't get it. What's Greek about this? The school? Very watery map. Oh no, it's Siberia. It's mostly landmass, but it has water everywhere, and it's very cold. Oh yes, Siberia, known for having water everywhere. You know what snow is, right? Snow is water. Just if you, just in case, just making sure. Open hull truck. Don't have any. Functional economy, so not Greece at all. Wow. We will pick up gravel from here. That's gonna be so... yeah, I mean, sure. Pick up everything. We'll try to remove the coal out of there too, although the coal might just get removed. And then just drop it into the other rail construction office, I guess. And also the other local storages, where it makes sense. Are there a lot of workers in there? 50. I want you to send some workers over here, please. Basically all of them except 5 for the fire station should go into that construction site right now. I need to crank up the amount of workers that can directly walk onto a construction site. I guess it's fine. It's gonna finish construction. Okay. That means you can now deliver here anything. That's the wrong building. That means now you can deliver here anything. We'll make you pick up coal and gravel from other areas whenever we can do that. The other rail construction vehicles should move over. And once we've used up most materials, I'm gonna get rid of the building. I guess I now need the water truck again, don't I? Well, I still have it. Unless it got used as a replacement vehicle somewhere. I think it got used, but yeah, there's a water truck available. We don't need purified water, but it's the closest, I guess. Wait, can I load from the pump? Oh no, I have an outflow. Can't load from there. Yep, just load from here, I guess. Interesting that you can set the checkbox for water, but not for like other resources. Is that new? Because I don't remember it working that way. Other resources, usually you can't set as a checkbox. If you want to set all of the resources, basically, then it just unticks all of them. Yeah, that still works that way. So now I also need to tell people to go to the rail construction office after the fire station has received all the workers. And we'll need to limit the amount of workers here down to like 10, so it doesn't eat everything before the construction offices can pick up some. Can you get there from the other stop? No. And I don't know how you walked over there, I guess. Silly idea, but can we add... No, the rail construction office does not take passenger trains directly for worker delivery. Would have been a bit funny. I guess the same thing applies to like distribution offices. Just making sure. Otherwise we might be able to distribute materials directly into the building. Nope, it does not like that. So everything we set up is okay. Now it just needs to wait until it gets a sufficient amount of materials and then it can start working. Since we're delivering them from further away to empty out the other rail construction office, it's going to take a tiny amount of time. Boards and steel for the train track, and then maybe fuel, as in coal. think gravel pickup here is super slow. I'm probably just gonna remove the gravel. Yeah, the gravel is not worth that much. I'd rather them focus on trying to do efficient deliveries than saving the last bit of gravel from the area. So we'll remove that. Bring the vehicles back. Supply of like 50% is fine. And then we can get rid of the gravel processing plant already. I wonder if deleting resources causes pollution. I'm not aware it's supposed to. But that would be kind of cool, like if you just delete resources it causes massive amounts of pollution, as if you're like demolishing a building that has a lot of resources in it. But yeah, I'm not aware that that is a thing. Doesn't look like it. The other materials I would like to save, just because. Looks like the trucks have arrived, refueled. I know they can start working. Of course, I need to keep the rail construction office assigned, but make sure to only pick up these materials, not coal or aggregate. You're not delivering anything of that nature. You're supposed to pick up from Berioshov rail construction. Oh, sorry, Kemesk. I guess you were correct. Yep, that's correct. I think that'll help with construction again. It's going to be closer. Worker deliveries are relatively reliable, I thought. Maybe not. I guess that could be an issue. Only 3 pages. Where are the other 2? We were at 8 pages earlier today. But through skillful management of my loans, as in taking out a lot of them and then paying them back, oh, it's fixed now. Was there ever any doubt? GG. Or CG. No, I didn't make that with computer graphics. It's legitimate. Down to only 1.5 million rubles per month in repayment. 50,000 per day. How much is that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 5. So 30 loans? No. 15. 15 loans. 30,000 rubles per page. 60. Almost 90,000, yeah. So if we get 30,000 rubles, we can pay back a page-ish. Thank you for the follow, Peltrip, much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. I really hope they start building track soon. Missing boards and steel. The pickup location from the other rail construction office is quite far. Maybe I should have used the distribution office train to unload the resource storage instead. I mean, realistically, I don't care about prefab panels, they're cheap. Do I care about anything? Like 56 tons of steel is expensive, I guess, but the rest... I don't care about boards. Don't care about bricks. Don't care about prefab panels. We can pick them up locally. The fuel for the rail construction office? What are you delivering? Dump truck, open truck. Why is a dump truck still at... Oh, you're loading the coal probably. Let's see. Let's try and pick up the fuel. Load the fuel from here. And you can also try and load the fuel if you want. No electronics, just a bit of fuel from here. When you're building a city, do you plan the requested workforce or you will need in advance? No, I have no plan what the industry will be. This is all vibe-based planning. I am not planning anything in advance. I just build until it's enough. Until I feel it's enough. Like, if I'm planning for a clothing factory, yes, I'm thinking 240-ish workers just for that. So maybe a city or village or whatever of at least like 600 workers maybe, but I'm not doing precise planning. Especially once it gets to like a steel mill. There's just like, how many workers can we build into a city that looks relatively realistic and nice. Stop delivering coal here. Yep, another delivery of coal, excellent. Okay. Get rid of the gravel, don't need that anymore either. Just wait until the steel has been used up inside the open storage, and then we can start demolishing that too. And I need to give them a source for boards, I guess. Bricks and prefab panels we don't need right now because we're not planning on building a tunnel. Tunnel boring machine is almost worn to 100%. I'm going to send it to the scrapyard now. We'll have to look out for another one. Maybe there's already one in the customs house. No, there's not. Otherwise it would be probably the most expensive equipment at the border. It's gonna keep the scrapyard busy for a long time. I also need to demolish these train tracks. Let's get started on that. Buy the rail construction office from Sovskoy. Not the current one that is building the track extensions because it doesn't have any waste storage. So train railway construction office in Sovskoy. There's one track builder in there, but it'll do both, one after the other. Okay, I finally moved my fuel exports from pipe to ship. Nice, that's a huge upgrade. I think. Unassign yourself. Because the other rail construction vehicle should just build through here. You can do that construction in one go. What other construction do you have assigned for yourself? Is that like the train track towards the meat storage? Yes, okay. Did you finish a logistics center in the new town? I had to step away for work. No, it's, I mean, planning wise, yes, it's being planned. I'm building roads right now to like have it be able to be set up easier once we get to that point, but right now I'm just building the basic infrastructure. Because the construction office that is doing that is all the way back there, and they don't have automatic search range towards that location. Guess we could start building the bridge though. What happens if there's a fire in that bus station? The bus stations don't catch fire as far as I know. I've not seen a fire happen in a bus station yet. They do? It's a tram stop, but there's a fire station over here that has things in range for now. The plan is to get the fire station next to the heating plant up and running to provide like basic coverage in this area. Had mine burned down after an earthquake. Okay, earthquakes are different. I think earthquakes can set everything on fire. We don't have earthquakes here. I don't like them. Because everything in the game you can prevent in some way, except earthquakes just can collapse buildings immediately. And I don't like that. It'll be done in the next construction task. And then we have passing tracks here, which will optimize the train traffic through the area. It's gonna help so much. It's like a small 2-lane part track of double throughput. That looks good. Slowly making the steel deliveries out of the old rail construction office, and at some point we might have to hook it up to the new storage because it has a lot of track to build. But no tunnels currently. I don't see any tunnels in the near future being constructed, especially going around the harbor area. I guess the first couple new tunnels will be through these mountains then, but the harbor itself doesn't need any. We have played with earthquakes for a while, but I've stopped using them. At some point we'll probably turn them on again. But in this run the challenge was already high enough, I think. But I think we've seen the worst of it. And it's getting somewhat comfortable. Famous last words. That's fair. Had a brutal one this morning. I took out the shopping center in for my town. Thankfully, I had just finished building a new one in the next part of town, so just rerouted citizens there. Yeah. Kind of need redundancy for everything. Once you're playing Siberia and your heat exchanger just collapses from an earthquake, well, tough luck, I guess. That means everyone's gonna die. Because heating is so tightly balanced on this map. I guess maybe with very, very low density housing you could do it, but I don't know if a heating plant can also collapse. I think they can. At least catch fire and like burn down. I'm not sure about instant collapse. What type of signaling do you use on your rails? Thank you for the follow, Drag Edge. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. I use the signaling of the game. I'm not sure what you mean. I use the regular ones with the chain signal into the junctions and the regular signals out. But I'm not following that religiously. I have my own method of signaling, which sometimes leads to a few issues. This one is not one of them. This is just demolition work on the route causing some delays, with a potential of too much material being in the rail construction office and it not running empty. But I'll show you one of the other junctions, I guess. My main purpose on building train tracks is basically to have enough space at the end of where the vehicle wants to go. And I really like long trains, so I need to give them sufficient space anyway. So my hodgepodge of a train track near the customs house. Some of these signals were... I don't remember. Some of these signals have a normal signal going into a junction because I'm prioritizing that train line. The ones with the chain signal will basically have to wait, but the other ones are allowed to move in because I believe that there's enough space after that to always have room for a train. That's why this one has the same signal, and this one does have a chain signal because trains from that area are deprioritized. Because this is the train stop for passengers. I want them to be able to move out as early as possible versus the resource trains and the train from the village Gugoshny being deprioritized with a chain signal. But for that you kind of need to plan out with the idea in mind that you will not have any left-hand turns, or your left-hand turns have like bridges and tunnels to go underneath the tracks, so nothing can get blocked up. We had a problem in the beginning where I had a train go do a left-hand turn after the customs house into the wood pickup, and then blocked up the area completely because there were so many trains piling up in this area that I had the situation of too long train stuck its tail end out over this junction, and the train that wanted to enter there in this area, either the construction material train, I think it was, yeah, it was that one, wasn't able to do a left-hand turn and it gridlocked. So I took away that left-hand turn basically. My train tracks are mostly right-hand turns only, and left-hand turns only if I can guarantee enough space in that area. Of my current Republic area, what am I most proud of? I think the city. I think Sovskoy currently. I like how it turned out with the layout. I like that I have some low density residential area like over here. Could be a little bit more housing to like maybe build around the streets. But I really liked how that city turned out. Plus the steel mill. Was kinda happy that everything pretty much fit into one area, bar the Metal scrap storage. For the low density housing, do you limit it to the loyal citizens? No. Loyal citizens live anywhere. The most loyal citizens are supposed to live next to the TV station, because that provides the most loyalty to everyone else who has a TV. So that's why I wanted to have them live over here, if possible. Average loyalty is still at 60. Bit low, but I guess not everyone has a TV. 61% have a television, so I guess that's the reason. With radios I would have a higher saturation. Sovskoy looks amazing. I like those high residential building blocks. Looks real. Yeah, they look pretty nice. They're all from the DLC. And all the different colors that you can turn them into. Looks really cool. And the train station, how it like turned out in between the housing. I wouldn't mind growing the city more, but it's Siberia and I would need another heating plant to be safe, so I'm not doing that. Let's leave that rail demolition open. Yeah, you can build, it's fine. Finish the construction. I appreciate the tours and hope I'm not being too disruptive. No, it's fine. Thanks for asking. Should be able to finish this, and then we'll just signal it. The other track is basically the return track. Very good. Turn around. There we go. Track done. That needs to be a regular signal. And now we have a passing track here for trains to make their way through. So a passenger train can already move with another train moving around in that side of the block. And they're not going to get in each other's way because they can drive past each other over here. If you're using 450 meter long trains, then that passing track has to be, well, 450 meters long at least. For it being 2008, your rail construction vehicles seem old. Yes, we're sticking with the old stuff. We're doing early start vehicles only. Everything is old. There's no modern building in Sovskoy, wherever it's applicable. Like old trams, old vehicles with old horns. It's all old. We're stuck in time. That was the idea. What was the cutoff year? 1960. I have one vehicle from after 1960, which is a tunnel boring machine, but I'm not allowed to repair it if I get one and I have to buy it used. That's the only vehicle where I allowed myself to go after 1960, because building the initial tunnels was painful. I sent ours to a scrapyard and haven't found a new one yet. Hello Oprah, welcome. Which DLC are those buildings in Sovskoy? Early start. They're from the latest DLC. They're all early start buildings. I mean, pretty much everything is early start, because that's the buildings you have in the beginning. I unlocked... You start with these brick buildings too, like the beginning ones, I guess. But functionalism I researched, which is a tech that unlocks a couple more. My technical university is over here. Bulgodonsk has a medical university, yeah? And a small party HQ if I need some research being done, but otherwise it's deactivated. That's the universities we have. The people from the villages do not go to any university. They're not being picked up by train or buses to go there. But there's houses designated where highly educated people are allowed to move in. And yeah, that's good enough for them. Okay, I'm wondering, why are there students here? I'm not unloading students. I guess because there's... wait. Construction sector... Are they still bringing people here? They shouldn't. No, they can't. Beryashov? No. Kemesk? No. Sovskoy? No. How do you have... How did you have passengers in there already? I'm so confused. Why are there passengers in there? Uh, 10 more work days. Are we limiting your tech? We're following something called low tech, which allows me only to research stuff that I unlock based on how much population and or settlements I have. That limits the quantity of research I can do, but I'm also not doing any modern industry. Otherwise I can build better gravel processing plants and the like. So yes, I'm kind of doing both. It's okay. Thank you, Okra. Doing well. Not enough space to store construction waste metal scrap. That's just a warning message until all of the demolition task is done. And then it's going to complain about not enough space for boards and probably steel again. But hopefully after this the delays will cease, because then all the demolition is on the train track are done completely. Still a little bit of steel in here. Need to wait until that gets used up before we can demolish the open storage. Oh, just boards apparently. Fine by me. And done. And we're gonna get rid of this bit. There we go. That limiting the tech is your idea, or is it the part of the game? That is my idea. I made a Steam guide for something called low tech. I can link it because I have a chat command for that. And that just restricts the amount of research I can do. And then the other limitation of like staying in the early times, I just don't research anything too modern. Like modern industry is pretty late, like 1958-ish. But it would allow access to a lot of modern industries which streamline a lot of things, and that I'm currently trying to avoid, I guess. Train distribution office in Sovskoy needs to bring meat here now. And it immediately got dispatched with 52 tons of meat. Lovely. You're welcome. I really like that mode with the low tech because it Means you just don't go through like all of the research at once. As soon as you get a university, you kind of have to think about what you want, but it makes the game a little bit slower and more difficult. Are you importing food, or where are your farms and such? I'm importing crops. My food factory, distillery, and meat production are here. I have a grain silo where we import crops into, and then just produce enough food, alcohol, and meat domestically without exporting any of it. So that is just my domestic supply. I'm not running export. Do you try a Husak challenge? No, I don't know what that is. I'm like in the business of making up my own challenges a lot. So a shortage of challenges so far hasn't really happened yet. Yeah, I guess we'll start building the bridge too. Tell us about your sewage treatment strategy. Did you do anything with leftover dirty water, or did you just dump it in the river? I dumped it into the river in every city, and I'm still mostly doing that, except for Sovskoy, because the city was getting quite large and 3 water trucks were running into issues supplying water everywhere. So I started providing running water and had a sewage system hooked up before then. Sewage discharge was over here, and these houses were suffering a lot. They were below 60 years of life expectancy at that point. So I changed that and put a sewage pipe in this area and hooked up a sewage treatment plant for both the city and the food factory to make sure that there's no pollution by water anymore. And that also allowed me to extend the housing towards the water a little bit more. Gives me even more space over here to build some extra if I want to. But yeah, the pollution was getting too much, and that has been corrected with 2 sewage treatment plants. But Bugodons, for example, gets water delivered by truck and sewage. It has a proper sewage system. Sewage discharge over here and everything connected by sewage piping. But since it's not running water, it doesn't produce that much, so the sewage discharge does not cause any pollution issues. They don't have pressurized water yet. The challenge copy is the era of Czechoslovakia. For example, after 1968, you're not allowed to trade with the West. You planned 5-year plans after 1989. On the contrary, you're not allowed to trade with the East, etc. They say it is quite difficult. Planning in 5-year plans would be like the way I'm playing usually is build whatever we need at that moment instead of like making huge grand plans, but I guess, yes, that sounds very challenging. Especially if you start with very low amounts of money. Also depends on where you start, because if you have an eastern and western customs house right next door, if you start in the corner of a random map, then you just hook up both of them and then you just make a switch at some point. Can you show us your longest train, please? I certainly can, because long trains are cool. The longest trains are our iron ore trains, which run from Bugodon's iron mine to the steel mill. There's currently none parked here, so they're all with the steel mill. There they are. 440 meters, 10 meters below maximum length. Waiting until unloaded here. My god, I think our efficiency went up so much that the rail distribution office has trouble keeping up with the exports, which I guess I like. It's a long train. And the rail network kind of needs to be planned for that, because if you have too short of a junction that doesn't accommodate for it, you're gonna have an issue. Like here I don't turn left, I just turn right and like make sure I don't block anything. So we're gonna run around this. But otherwise, goes over the same rail network. I guess the crop train is also... The crop train is 2 meters longer, but there's only one, and it's not running as often as the iron trains, I think. So that one is also long. 450 meters is the maximum length you can get without mods. Let's go to the bridge and look at it. The bridge is so long and doesn't have any signals on top of it that sometimes trains have to slow down here. But yeah, that's a long train, almost as long as the bridge. Snaking through the whole countryside. Then we retrofitted a right-hand turn off of the main line here. Previously it was going down this way towards the customs house for iron export, but since we're sending it to the steel mill now, it needed a new part of track. How many years did it take to build that bridge? I think 3, maybe? We had this rail construction office here at that point, built that bridge, so it did not take that long. But during that time we built a road tunnel towards the Sovskoy start, because similar to City 3, unnamed City 3, this started the same way, where we arrived by road way before we were connected by train track. Okay, I mean, we can keep building here, the train tracks, I guess. I was waiting for the rest of the rail construction to finish and the trains being in this area, so that since that has now happened, I guess there's nothing stopping me from bringing the train tracks where they're supposed to be. 35 meters to 24 meters, meaning that's 11 meters. So we want to be at around 29.5 meters on the halfway point, which is around here, I guess. So this is where the train track would run towards. And then we just have to make a nice big curve where the train track runs along. Holy long train Batman. How cargo hold is that? Around 1,900 tons or something? I think. Length. 1,800 tons. 37 wagons with 50 tons of storage capacity. Wait, is there still one that only holds... Is there still one train car in here that only holds one type of resource? No. Because that is only 36 train cars. Oh, one of the train cars is the tender of the train. Never mind. That makes sense. Will you also build a chemical plant? I'm probably planning on a chemical plant for the harbor of the city we're currently building. That's probably going to happen. How do you calculate how much cargo a train can pull? A train can pull any amount of cargo. It just will take more time to accelerate. They do not have a in-depth simulation of like that you have too much cargo and you run into wheel slip of the train. That is not part of the game. Any train can pull any amount of cargo. So, guess we can start building this. This is going to be the train line leading towards the city. Just have to hook up the last corner here and then it's pretty much done. That's how I'm going to build it. Not like that though. France, we can have passenger train as long as 400 meters. It's a bit of a pain if you have the last wagon. Yeah, walking all the way over there. It can be painful, yes. Okay, this is kinda a bit of an issue. So guess we'll have a sharper corner here around the hill and then go down from there. So maybe the initial corner wasn't that bad. Train should like end up about here. It's too much of a straight part. Let's see if we can make a nice connection to this location. Needs more curve. Guess we'll have to get rid of some of the hill. Just affects the acceleration, never knew that, yeah. It's okay with the rest. Okay, yeah, I guess we just go down there. That's fine. About here, I think. How's the curve? Curve is fine with anything. Can make the last connection after we figured out the slope. To maybe deal a little bit with this, but it looks pretty good. And then this just needs to hook up to the rest of the train track. And then we have to figure out how to build the oil field, basically like small road tunnels going underneath the train track, hooking up the oil field some way. This is going to be the plan. Pretty large oil field here. Oh yeah, and the asphalt road I guess will also go this way. There was something about that, wasn't there? Well then, once the train track here has been removed, this can hook up to this road, leading back up to this location, and then from here there will be a junction where the tram will run around. That still needs to be planned. The trams will happen later. I'm gonna run it initially with buses. And hopefully now the traffic jams on the rail network have been reduced. And we actually have some workers for construction tasks again, because we kind of need them for the road construction work. At what point do you usually finish a playthrough at full self-sufficient? Usually once something starts to annoy me. Either something in the challenge gets so difficult that I don't want to deal with it anymore, or I have so much money that I don't really know what to do with it, or I want to try a different challenge, I guess. Any of these pretty much. The money is getting into a very good situation right now. 9 million last month. But I don't think we're home free yet. And I'm not sure what the game's going to throw at us. Last game we played for self-sufficiency. And then I was taking like about a month of break, and this is the run after that. This train track will not be there in the future. It's going to be removed. Oh yeah, this can all be built. And it might be a good idea to bring another rail construction vehicle in. Once we can bring the passenger trains to the train station in the area, things are going to be basically ready to be replaced over here. After all the other buildings have been placed, of course, but general concept-wise, that's one of the big things that needs to happen over here. Oh yeah, and we also need to hook up the train lines, of course, to go into the warehouse area. If there's ever a need to make a delivery from the other side, we also need access from there. But the distribution office trains that are supposed to run here are basically as long as the train station. So any corner in this area is going to be sufficient. What is your problem? Why can't you go here to turn around? I'm confused. I mean, I guess there's no way. You would have to drive all the way to Sovskoy to turn around, I guess. What could I do with that? Just move the signals back and make a small way for them to turn around at? They should be able to turn around here. Just move back, go here, turn around. Oh no, well they would have to go this way, then out this way, and then turn around. Maybe they don't like that. Maybe it's too much complexity. Still coal in here. The coal we can also get rid of. The steel is worth something. But we're not using it up that quickly. Yeah, that train was able to turn around just fine. Oh, I know why. Because that signal only goes in one direction, so it doesn't know that it can turn around here. Now it will work. Construction trains are sometimes a little bit weird. But that should solve it. Are we naming this city 17 after Half-Life? No, we're not. I'm just using the default names mostly. I was thinking about allowing chat to like name cities, but I'm a little bit worried about that. What that could lead to. Plus I don't really have redeems. I like the default naming schemes quite a lot. They make it all look like and sound mostly consistent. But of course there could be some jokes. I haven't done that with any naming of buildings. Sometimes I do transparents on buildings, giving them a funny title. But not so much in this run. This one has been requiring a lot of attention, I guess. We shouldn't be building these yet. Ooh, that's why they're assigning themselves to building construction on their own. Because they're cooperating. We need to turn off this auto search. Paving and rolling is fine, but don't help with building construction. All the buildings will be assigned manually. So yeah, I think the core is not gonna have any housing, maybe like 1 or 2 houses. The hospital would also be here, I guess. Everyone gets to the clinic by tram. There might be some local clinics for emergencies, but most people are supposed to visit the large hospital in this area. I guess there could be a residential hospital somewhere on this route. Especially if the city stretches all the way over there, which, now that I'm looking at it from this side, it looks a little bit ridiculous. But there's going to be a large oil field in the way, and my build space is somewhat limited. I'll also have to plan a connection for the tram power, which I can probably just put over here for now. And that way we can bring electricity to the tram network pretty early. And other tram power connections could be in the harbor, next to the power plant. There will be another coal unloading station for the local power plant. Local coal extraction next to the harbor is possible. If we have too many workers, I guess we could do it. But otherwise it's going to be train-based deliveries. Coal price going up will not return to normal anytime soon. I mean, all coal items I guess we're making ourselves, so not a problem. Coal price is at 33 US dollars, so not really any inflation. The ruble is always inflating, that's fine. Fuel prices at 8,000, seems to have stabilized again. Tried to go up to 10,000, but it's not hurting us as much anymore. Yeah, looks good. Slowly paying back all loans now. The heating system from the heating plant with heat pumping stations delivering to all the city sites is also still open. But we learned a lot in Sovskoye, so it should not be too difficult. We're definitely going to rely on small heat exchangers with significant overlap and maximum of 200 meters distance from the heat exchanger. A second heating plant will have to be built here, maybe in the oil field, to provide heating for, well, the rest. We can only go so far. up to maybe this point, until our heating capacity shrinks. And yeah, heating plant over here could be provided as well, if this needs a large housing extension. There's not that much build space here, but we can flatten it, as in smooth it, not flatten it. I wouldn't flatten too much of this terrain. Just the city core, and maybe the initial housing area that provides workers to the area. I also didn't really build any tram stops on the route so far. They also have to be retrofitted in, I guess. I have to find the location on where to put the tram stops. I mean, I don't know about this. This has to be built after. But definitely a tram stop here, I would say. That's about 400 meters away. We should build that already. Maybe here. We'll fit a tram stop over there. Already 3.9 kilometers away. Wait, were you not able to remove that factory connection? No, you are. Okay. Good. I guess you just finished. $20 million rubles means we could get rid of 2/3 of a page again. Let's just do the fast clicking until we got rid of a bunch of loans. 3 more loans on 1 page. Yeah, the loyalty, I guess, is now mostly dependent on the saturation of how many TVs we're selling to people. And it's mostly for the people inside the city, not the villages. Which means the villages are dragging our average loyalty down, but the cities should have pretty high loyalty. Because they all are kind of able to just go to a shopping center and buy electronics. They also have average 50-60% loyalty. Those are regular educated citizens. They do have TVs. What about building monuments in the villages? They have monuments. Otherwise they would be doing fairly poorly. But there are monuments scattered around the villages. They have them. Just to make life bearable. Once they visit a city, if they manage to visit a city, they're gonna be quite content because they'll be able to get everything they need. But the train runs very irregularly, so that's a bit of an issue. Yep, looks like the rail construction vehicle was able to turn around. Build a lot more of that track. They're just getting in the way of the other trains right now, which is causing more delays. They're basically causing delays on the train route that is bringing the workers to them. So if there's too much traffic jam happening, they'll stop working until the workers come back. Can't get there. Never mind. And yeah, retrofitting the tram line in here we can probably do once we have like some maintenance construction office in this area somewhere. Because the construction sector is quite far. But if it were to start building, say, with a maintenance construction office with the resources supplied to by a local warehouse, then yes, the electronics could be distributed quite quickly. Electronic components. We'll need another tram stop in the future, but those things can be retrofitted once we develop the city towards that area. They don't have to happen right now. This one I want to have because, well, there's supposed to be housing here to supply our initial amount of workers to the city's area. Technically, the tram has to loop around counterclockwise, but the loop isn't going to be complete at that point. There will just be a small circle here for the tram track to turn around on itself. And then there's still the situation with the repair station, end station. I guess they have to go back and left-hand turn into the end station. Shouldn't cause too many traffic issues. It's just a little bit unfortunate, I guess. At least I can do it on this route already. Would have liked to avoid it, but sometimes I guess can't be helped. And then from here they go out and return onto the regular route, which means I guess I don't need a tram road here if we're using this on the return track as well for the end station. I guess that's fine. And I have to fit a repair station here. Small one should suffice. Well, that fits here pretty well, I guess. Workers can be delivered from the tram stop to this location. Road connection over here, which is only necessary for construction and I guess steel delivery. And room for a warehouse. Kinda need to worry about that too. If I want to make sure everything runs smoothly, we definitely need a warehouse, because that is going to give me a warning message if we run out of resources. Otherwise I would be somewhat clueless if something goes wrong in the area. I mean, if something goes wrong with the tram line, the heating would stop, and We don't have electricity here yet. That will happen once we hook up the harbor. But the power production in the area would also run into a significant deficit. Waste is already hooked up with the waste storage in the area, so the rest is fine. Just needs the end station. And I guess that would be it. Small vehicle repair station just for tram repairs. And if we run over like capacity, then vehicles on routes could also drive in here. But I don't want this to have like trucks and start handling repairs of vehicles inside buildings. I mean, we could have our technical services here. I could have an extended large technical service in the area in range of the repair station, and it would also get repaired as long as I build it in its repair range. Let me know when the demolition is done, and I'll put the tram stop here. The whole settlement could start without the tram stops, but I think it's going to be nice to have them there in advance. You are picking up people from the bus, from the footpath. What the hell? What are you doing? You're chewing up all my demolition office workers. What's going on? Oh, the factory connection is... You should be able to get there. What's going on? Why? Wait, did the road get demolished or something? No. Why are you complaining about that? Do I have a traffic sign somewhere that is providing you issues? Oh, I think it's, yeah, because it's loading from here. But it then can't find a path. It's going to, okay. That's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna make a report of that. Very interesting. Haven't seen that yet. Okay, that means I guess we need to get rid of this footpath. Because otherwise the demolition office drives over that footpath and just causes a mess. Needs to go around and take the road. Then it should find a path to the factory connection after it has picked up workers. Oh, it just takes the other footpath, because why not? Why are you so... What the hell? Does that happen during winter because the footpath is more efficient or something? So weird. Yeah, now it works. So weird. At least we can still reach the bus stop over there. We just have to walk around a little bit awkwardly. Did not know that's currently an issue, I guess. So that thing was chewing through our workforce, I guess, having them all loaded on a bus and not being utilized for some time. You should be able to run right now, shouldn't you? City 3 train platform small? What? Oh no, that's right, City 3, yeah. Absolutely fine. But they now always have a train here, in City 3, and a train heading towards it. A little bit more efficient. If it's built perfectly in the middle, then they don't even have to stop, but we didn't measure it or anything. So the incoming train will have to stop and make room for the outbound train. I could probably draw a small heat exchanger and heating pipe from the existing heating plant into the city center, but I think we need to run this with like the proper large heating plant because I need at least two. I need the city center and the first residential area. The tram stop will also have the grocer next to it because everyone will try to flock to the grocer, get some food, and then hop onto the tram to go towards the city center. Although, as I said, in the future it's going to be counterclockwise, so they will have to sit in a tram for a little bit. Shouldn't be too long though. Okay. Tram stop. I'm gonna pick the larger ones for the city, just to reduce traffic issues. Should be about halfway. There we go. And if they can visit all service buildings very efficiently, they will spend more time sitting at home, listening to the radio or watching TV, I guess. So you could increase their gain from such a building. I don't think a large hospital makes any sense. I mean, I want to build a city where the very large hospital is fully utilized, but that seems tough. Maybe we should run the city on tourism too. That would require a lot of workers. bring tourists by train. Build a large hospital here and just run massive amounts of tourism. I'm considering it. Maybe we could put the large hospital on the hill and then it has most of the city in range. How many vehicle parking spots are in that hospital? 15. I think from here we could probably cover the most of, like, all of the city, 2 kilometers. Maybe not this range, that could be covered by a clinic. Would be tough, but yeah, the city could be covered by a hospital up here. There should still be local clinics, I think. I don't know. I mean, I would like to have it next to the tram stop where the people arrive and the train platform. What roads did we build? Asphalt, correct? Yeah. I think the main road will be asphalt, and then maybe side roads, if we're building any, could be brick road. On Siberia, I don't like the fact that it's too challenging with the reduced speed. How did you manage that? Silly train. Could have just moved. I guess because of the signals. Passenger trains should have priority before the resource trains. But it's such a small junction that I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Because right now this one's gonna enter here and this will be blocked. For the shortest amount of time only. But it will still be blocked for a bit. Okay, now it makes sense to me. Because this is all also part of that junction, so yes, I think this will be okay. Let's keep the junction clean. I don't want to be responsible for any shenanigans in the area at the moment. The construction vehicles are doing that enough on their own already. You're waiting for that train, I guess? That should hopefully help. Get the construction train moving a little bit more frequently. I'll probably get rid of those 2 signals once we have a wire built with all 4 tracks and some extension. I would have had to put like signals onto the middle of this junction during construction, and I kind of forgot about those. Let's drop them in. That will help with construction. If I built them here, it would be even faster, but just the fact that multiple trains should now be able to build at the same time. A little bit sooner. Should be good enough. I am feeling the need to build construction material storages closer and construction offices already. This is very painful. I thought the construction sector would be close enough, but I guess not. Where are you delivering bricks to? Oh, to the bridge. I guess that one is taking some effort to build, sure. Let's try and focus on the road and the tram stop though, because that's gonna make traffic through the area a little bit faster again. So you should be able to drive now. I don't know what's your problem. Why is that a problem for you? Because that's a chain signal too, I guess. So, and if I put a chain signal here, it would technically also solve it, but then this one would have to be a mixed signal again. This needs to be a chain signal, otherwise someone's going to park on the orange block when there's no room for more passenger trains. But I can put a second signal here to signal that trains are allowed to move all the way up to this point and ignore whatever is happening in this area. It's a bit weird, but it should do the trick. Am I gonna bring help here? I need aggregates for like road construction. I need asphalt. It's as close as it's gonna get. It's much closer than Sovskoy. Otherwise we would be waiting here for a very long time. Now it's just medium length time, I guess. But yes, we should also have an asphalt and concrete plant built in the harbor area first, with maybe gravel production on its side to provide for the construction of the harbor. Because the harbor will take a bit of gravel, a bit of concrete for all of these buildings. 190 tons of gravel, 790 tons of concrete. We are not going to wait on a delivery from the construction sector. I mean, that one has been built fairly central to then also allow the construction of a smaller town and provide maintenance in the area initially. Speaking of maintenance, let's look at the maintenance of buildings, because at least two of them are not hooked up to regular maintenance, which is the pump check over here. One of them, and the other one is a substation. Beryoshov is at 46%. Beryoshov. You don't have a construction office next to you directly, So I have to tell the maintenance officers nearby that maintenance of buildings should happen at 30%. And then suddenly all of them are going to start becoming assigned. As soon as the construction officers realize that, yep, we need to do some maintenance now. Unlimited power. Hello, Simon. Still, no unlimited power. We don't have 4 nuclear power plants. It's not working. Only 3 pages of loans. Yep. Almost down to 2. We went up to 8 and now we're almost down to 3. And we're taking 4.4% interest rate loans, which is really good. Really low. Two pages. Of course I need to take another loan, but we'll take loans to have spare money to not run into penalty rates. I will get rid of the 4.6% loans now. And I guess 4.52. Seems like the rest of the Republic is running pretty smoothly now. Okay, just 4.4% loans now. With a buffer of 11 million rubles to make sure we don't run into any trouble when electronic imports happen, I guess. Why are you complaining? Rail construction? Yes. You're in the way. There's no train from this. Well, resource delivery trains, I guess, could be forced to go directly into this area. Yeah, that signal on that side doesn't work out too well. And this needs to be a chain signal if we get another meat delivery train. And I guess that doesn't work either. That's so far. Can you turn around here next time? Thank you. Don't build that. We don't need the train depot just yet. Basically the return track for the new trains. Allowing passenger trains to go through the train station and then loop back around. Having the... It's not even correct. It's not correct. It's not correct at all. No, it is correct. We're entering on the right 2 tracks, and then yes, we can turn around. Okay, stop building stuff. Which construction offices are doing that here? There's a construction office assigning itself to building constructions. Like, which one is it? Concrete... Wait, are you in range that far? No. I think they're just chaining through another construction office to further away construction tasks somehow. Shopping center, alcohol, that deals with the 5 basic needs for the citizens. Of course they still need heating. They need electricity, water and sewage handling. We'll probably extend the commercial zone up here. Which means if we go by 200 meters limitation, heat exchanger should probably be somewhere in this area, providing heating to all of these service buildings. And then we would need a heat pumping station. Well, we can plan for 2 already. an initial one that brings heating to 3 heat exchangers, 1, 2, and then 1 in the housing location to get the settlement started. And then the third one to provide additional heating in that area to maybe the hill, and some extra heating around probably the area down at the coast. Guess that would be our first heating setup. Power-wise, okay, I'm gonna redo the heating pipe to make sure it shouldn't glitch above ground, based on how the game works when I start building it. But it might make it difficult to build anything on top of it, if that shows it that way. And that's a bit of a concern, because I can't really terraform over it after the fact. I don't even know what we're gonna have here. It's like basically no man's land, with maybe technical services or other things creeping onto this location. But what exactly, I don't know yet. So we'll wait with that heating pipe until we can flatten it once the other road constructions are done. Pass under the rail. That is an idea, yes. The main concern is that we want to maximize the heating efficiency, so reduce the distance as much as possible. If I go here along the train track and then curve back down, it just makes our heating slightly more inefficient. And I'm concerned. So on a regular map I would agree, I would do that, because there's no terraforming to be done here and it would prevent any accidents. But for this setup I will not do that, I don't think. I'm going to try and keep the heating pipes as direct as possible, while still abiding by like the shape of the settlement, I guess. And over here we get in the area of direct heating from the heating plant. If there is something that will be built over there. Brick footpaths everywhere. Rail construction, man. Who should be... I guess we can get rid of that signal now, because that train line at least is done. Why do you start building like all the different train tracks and not finish like one of them? I guess it's on me for placing the signals, I guess. That has really low priority, like leave that alone. And leave that one alone. Low priority. Build the other ones first. Let me check the customs house and see if we find another tunnel boring machine. Nope. None available right now. I mean, if push comes to shove, we just have to build a tunnel without a tunnel boring machine, I guess. The drilling part just takes a boatload of workers. But it doesn't require constant driving back and forth, I guess. At the very least. I could maybe make things a little bit more efficient by having a side road in this area to allow them faster access. But then they would drive over dirt road, and that could be a problem. With the passengers, the workers may be running out of time at that point. Are my specialized construction offices completely maxed out on their vehicles, specifically dump trucks and concrete mixers? Yes, they are. Not the largest vehicles for everything, but there are plenty. We will allow more workers in the repair station now. How much steel did we drain? Half. Not quite there yet. I don't think I can disable the maintenance of that building separately. It's at only 13% wear. At 30 it's gonna get repaired. Before that happens, we're gonna make sure it's empty and getting demolished. How's the maintenance doing? I need to go around and like improve the priority on the maintenance tasks. Otherwise, if it affects any houses where people live, it's gonna make them really upset living under the condition that has a constant construction going on. Oh, now you... God dang it. Build 1 Watt Simon. I think I'm gonna add some more free construction offices to bring resources over here faster without me having to like interact with things. Tunnel borer. That is an idea, I guess. Yes. Asphalt, concrete and gravel. I'm not sure if we're gonna need extra like concrete mixers, but I'm gonna throw it onto the assignments. Don't think we need any extra open haul trucks or workers. We could throw down a temporary fire station, deliver workers here by bus with the end station that we had set up from the previous train station with the construction workers. And make sure this is areas like safe, and then yeah, build the train line all the way into the train station and run passengers to that train station instead of over here. I mean, they still would need to go to this one too. That would be quite the detour. I guess on the track leaving we would need like a temporary way for them to just turn in here quickly. So we can run the route from the construction sector down to the train station, then from here to pick up passengers in the temporary settlement and then run it to Sovskoye until this one is, I guess, like functional enough to have the citizens from here just go to unnamed city number 3. Sure, let's throw down more vehicles. There's so much road construction going on. It's gonna be a mixture of 4 extra large trucks and then a bunch of these smaller ones. Because we're gonna have a lot of short footpath and road sections that need to be built. So we'll provide 16 extra dump trucks right now. And these ones I don't have to micromanage. It's already too many assignments, the construction officers can't keep up. But hopefully the new ones will alleviate the gravel deliveries into the city a little bit on their own. Waiting on workers. Such a weird thing with the demolition office behavior in the footpath. could be feeding a lot more workers in the rail construction office. But the further the distance gets, the less it makes sense, unless you have a lot of workers just walking directly into it and no need for them to do other things like running our construction. Rail construction is not the priority right now. I'll finish the tram stop. This city is going to take a while. Similar to Sovskoy, which was as far from Volgodonsk as this city is from the construction sector, it will take a little bit longer because, well, we have to bring the workers here by train. So it takes a bit. How are you allowed to enter there? Oh, I guess because this block was free. No, that makes sense. Legitimate. Could you open the minimap? I'd like to see where you are on the map. There. That's our current situation. I kind of am hoping that at some point I can play on a regular grass map and enjoy all the knowledge gained soon. Because like the creeping forward with villages was quite helpful. I don't think we're getting a lot of use out of the assistance settlement here, because there's not enough people. Otherwise, I would throw down another free construction office and just bring workers to the front, where we're building right now. We got 4 buses. Are they all in here? 2 of them are in here. And now to provide like an excess amount of workers so that the train station has workers around. We could do that by reducing the amount of maximum workers in certain buildings, which makes sense. But that also could stress the area with like issues with the fire station not having enough workers, etc. So I think we're just gonna bring another 100 people here. There's our new dump trucks arriving. I'll have to refuel and then go and pick up resources. I mean, while this is all running, I guess I could extend Sovskoy a bit. I still said that there is space. Game did not like me scrolling to Sovskoy apparently. Isn't that like the third or fourth time that game crashed when I scrolled over to Sovskoy? I feel like that's happening several times now. Thanks, I'm playing in the same setting, but started from the other border post. Ah, okay. Set the house to work at the fire station, other buildings, so they prioritize it. Yeah, but I don't want to prioritize the fire station. I want to make sure we have enough workers, and then the rest should go to the train station. I might even reduce the train station to the fire station to only have 10 workers. Or set both of the new buildings to send the workers to the train station now. Gotta make sure we have enough people working in the grocer though. It's loading like it's loading again from the beginning. Normally after you started the game once it loads fairly quickly, but I guess not. Relocating the buses to the local construction offices, I guess. That's what I was doing. And planning for extra housing. I'm gonna leave the dirt footpaths as dirt. I guess that doesn't really hurt. They can reach everything in the area anyway. And yeah, once they're done, I guess we'll tell them to send workers to the train station. And then the construction office buses can pick up those. 100 extra workers is gonna be 30 workers on average per shift. So yeah, like I was saying, we could extend Sovskoy, or YouTube could do its thing again. Wow, it's like the YouTube player is crashing basically, slowing down on purpose. Doesn't react to any interaction anymore. Guess I'll just reload the site. And then click start, and at some point it's gonna start playing again, hopefully. Everything should be able to be placed in range of the tram stop here, so that is not a problem. Would give us excess amount of workers. Oh, there it started. I don't think we need it, but having more workers is never really a bad thing, I think. If you can deal with all their demands. Main concern is still the heating. We got one heating pipe connection over on this side, we got one on this side. Using them could put us at risk of like overusing the heating capacity. But they are in range of the existing heat exchangers. We're below 200 meters. I mean that these are quite high density houses. Like we're at 58% here. So I don't like going too much over 50%. It's kind of risky. So maybe I'll bring the other heating pipe over here. And that would reduce my worries a little bit. I think this heating plant is still the one that is doing most of the work. Yeah, we can put some extra load onto the other heating plant for sure. Seems a little bit close compared to the other houses. There's so many heating connections already leading to this area. We're still worried. Rightfully so, I think. No, this won't. This will look ugly if I draw all of these footpaths because they're all going to create pedestrian crossings. Can't actually build that way. Not with the idea in mind that I want to limit the amount of pedestrian crossings to like a somewhat reasonable, realistic amount, in my opinion. So I guess the buildings can be very close to the road, but they would be connected to a footpath on the back end of the building at that point. And we would be using the lower density housing. Slightly smaller versions. That's the extent we're willing to go. The balconies can face the coast. So that could be another housing block. Crazy the nerve on electronics in 1960, 4.5 ton per day for 1.5 of components, 2.25 of plastics, and in 2041, 1.5 tons of electronics for 2.7 tons of components and 4.1 tons of plastics. Yes, electronics do have that as a side effect, that they become more and more expensive with the inflation of resources and the reduction in how many electronics you get. I don't know if the consumption rate for the citizens goes down. I don't think so. I think they always consume the same amount of electronics regardless. So it's not really a nerve per se, it's more like a... It's the only resource where it behaves that way. Okay, let's hope that the heating here is going to be enough. We're going to see what it looks like after it has been built. Electronic and electronic components, yes. Formula change for the 1930 electronic building. Well, yeah, the 1931 doesn't use plastics. But it changes for both, yeah. I assume it changes for the other one too. So the wood consumption on that thing might become ridiculous at some point, which is kind of interesting. I haven't started producing it yet, so I don't know. But I guess we can check. You can check what it produces, what it requires initially. And yeah, I think those values are changing too. Seems like it becomes a lot less efficient. 1.3 tons. Urging you to start using plastics at some point, I guess. Interesting. So almost only half the amount of the other electronics assembly hall now. So I guess the wood consumption isn't going up, it's just producing way fewer electronics. Two pages. What's going on with the... Oh, I guess they're not assigned. Yeah, just bring some concrete here for the groundworks, and open hull material resource deliveries shouldn't really be that busy right now anyway. And the concrete shouldn't either. Almost all vehicles are still here. I guess now the dump trucks that we brought in are alleviating a lot of the delivery stress. At some point I need to try a game of workers and resources where I always play on normal speed and then just keep planning. Like, the idea would be to just plan the construction sectors and just keep building and deliver like people to a fire station with a route all the way to the maximum distance that you can during winter, and then after the construction sectors and some resource storages have been built along the way, you just start carrying stuff from the customs house over forward, and then while the infrastructure keeps being built through the terrain, then you start setting up the settlements. Of course, it doesn't really work that well on the hardest difficulty with the lack of money, but I guess we could start with like a something that makes a pretty decent output of money all the time, like a hazardous waste incinerator. I might turn this into a park with maybe some attraction buildings. I mean, I don't really have good choice on like outdoor attractions because of the temperature we're facing most of the year. And the early start buildings are somewhat large. Plus I wanted to have the central part for attraction buildings next to the train platform. "23 people with low education." I think the temporary settlement is running into the issue of no school and not having a great time with it. Wait, isn't this supposed to be only highly educated people? I'm fairly sure it is supposed to be. I guess that would explain the lack of highly educated people in the area. Also, there's going to be a bit of a crime issue for lack of police station that I'm not going to deal with. Those are pioneers, they're going to figure it out at some point. But yeah, more workers here would help. And hopefully that's what we can provide. Some extra housing. Train route is 271 seconds per vehicle now. 10 vehicles, 2,713 seconds, makes 271 seconds per vehicle. I wanted this one to be closer to 240, so I guess I'll keep adding 2 extra trains, which are gonna be expensive, but I feel like right now financially it's not looking too bad, and I can have a treat. Maybe we're going to try some different locomotives. I know that the Polish one they have a very fast one, the PM3. It looks a little bit sci-fi for a 1930 train. But we would be wasting most of the 155 kilometers an hour. So I think we're just going to go with something that runs 100 and 130 and see how they look like. Because I've been going for the Prussian T18, Prussian T18 for a while. And we should be checking out some other ones. 4.8 million. These are more expensive. I mean, the passenger trains don't need that much engine power. I guess that's the reason why this one is so convenient. Good speed at a reasonable cost. I don't know, I feel like I should stick with these just for financial reasons. I'm sorry. We'll need a lot of loans to buy the train cars though. Oh, this time I had enough. Good. Pick up the train cars from the customs house, we'll assemble the 2 new passenger trains and throw them on the route, and hopefully that'll stabilize the delivery of citizens from the villages to the city a bit. Come on, you should be able to deal with those cases. Investigate them properly. Missing police staff, are you kidding me? Finish this case, come on. It'll make finishing the minor crimes a lot easier. We'll see if the heating is enough for 5 extra buildings. Or was it 4? We'll see if it's enough heating for those buildings. And the train has passed the signal. There we go. Should be able to refuel in the Bugudonsk railway end station. They have enough fuel to get there. Don't need to go to a coaling station. There's no end station inside City 3 currently. There probably will be a coaling station inside the harbor. But they have a coaling station on the construction sector, which should last them to get back to the village shortly before Sovskoy, where there's an end station and they will always refuel. Four extra houses. And the same thing could be built slightly further to the left. And more houses could be built on the inside, or just keep it thin and like not overdo it. We'll see how the heating looks like, and we might have to build that extra heat exchanger. But they had a lot of heating connections already. So we'll see. It's also going to probably change the amount of resources delivered by train that they might need an increase in some type of resource. Okay, I think we're going to increase the priority on these tracks now. Because I feel like it would allow the trains to arrive here and then turn around quite easily to leave the area again. If they could get built. They're going to cause a traffic jam again, but let's get that over with, I guess. I mean, I guess we could do one part first and then the other. Otherwise they're gonna get in each other's way again. So we'll pause that one. Build one of the missing train tracks first, and then switch over to the other one when the first one has completed construction. Not sure what our road cranes are doing right now. Building maintenance, I guess. And building a footpath. Time to bring some of the road cranes over. Because these have a higher priority, I would say. And the school, probably too. How were you allowed to enter that? Gonna run yourself out of fuel at that rate. Yep, I was expecting a traffic jam. Maybe we can build them from the other side? I don't know. That's too low priority. Build it from the other side. Like, if they start building it, once they start assigning themselves to one of these, build these first and then continue onwards with the other track, I guess. Well, I have to finish these first before I can move the signals back. Well, I guess I can move the signals right now. Still gonna cause traffic jams. I might have to increase the amount of workers for the foreseeable future until those 2 extra tracks are done, otherwise the traffic issues will be the same again. So 50% workforce for now. You're not really supposed to build these things yet. Small shopping center, out of goods. Out of meat. I added another meat truck recently. And one of them is parked, so I assume it's fine. They should be, maybe another one should already be delivering more meat. Oh yeah, they delivered twice. Wait, I also gave you a dedicated meat truck. Yeah. I guess there was a little bit of a delay somewhere. Maybe all the construction vehicles going to the new houses. Minus 30. Heating is already complaining a bit. But we're still at 15, so that seems reasonable. We'll have to see what it looks like when the other houses come up. They are at the outer edge of heating. But as long as they're over 13, I guess we're fine. We'll find out soon. The other buildings will not take very long to also be constructed. Need a couple of resources being delivered, but the game is keeping up with the demand. That distribution office is obsolete. The vehicles may enter a depot and be used by other ones. And the free distribution offices are usable again. Not that I have any need for them at the moment. But yeah, right now I guess I would use those free distribution offices to try and move resources to the next construction site and try and lay out more roads. If the terrain was conducive to such a playstyle. If there is a heating issue, we will have to act quickly. And the way around this would be, I think, a heat exchanger in the center to allow heating of both of these areas somewhat evenly, in addition to the other two heat exchangers here. I should probably do that preemptively. I'm not planning to extend the settlement further up here anyway, and the last heating connection down low was supposed to maybe provide some extra heating for housing down in here. So yeah, might as well use the other heat exchanger and make sure this area is safe. Sewage treatment plant in the way. Why is it always connecting to the top? Here is correct. Just build it parallel past the treatment plant, and the rest is fine. Another house, 14.8 at minus 33, and that one is at 13, so yes, we should have another heat exchanger here, because that one is not doing so well. Maybe it was still heating up. Oh, that one's also ready. Okay. Well, you know, build a brick footpath up here. Get that one hooked up first. Someone moves in, there will be a dirt footpath to move around for now. Same for you, because you're also gonna get a brick footpath. Yep, that one's not doing great. 15 degrees at minus 28, that one's gonna be too cold. Hopefully an additional heat exchanger will balance it. 150 and 200 meters away. Might not be enough, but we'll see. Otherwise I should maybe move this thing like in here. But I wanted it to heat more. We'll see. Let's give it time until the heat exchanger is built, and then we'll make a decision if I have to relocate the heat exchanger or not. These two houses on the outer edge are not going to be heated sufficiently enough. This one isn't. I think there's a lack of workers, maybe. Although the heating is done by this heating plant, and that one is always full. Let me know when that heat exchanger is done. Heating pipe should finish earlier. Now we can see if the heating is sufficient or not. Should definitely be done in January or early February. Shouldn't take too long. Okay, what are you doing now? Move. You move. Yeah, they're blocking each other because there's no signal separating the orange block, so they're kind of blocking each other that way. And we have another small traffic jam with a lot of trains piled up here. The extra houses here got built. People are moving in, and we'll send them to the platform. School is also working. Very good. We'll make it so you make sure that the grocer is full before you go to the train platform. The trams in Sovskoy are for traveling through city or for workers? They're for traveling through the city. The workers are handled by cableway cars out the side of the city, plus an extra bus route running through the tunnel because the cableway was getting a little bit overworked. So we have a small bus route of 4 buses bringing a few extra workers up here, but the majority is handled by the cableway station. And the trams, yeah, are just inner city buses, inner city trams. To just run around the inside of the city, making sure everything's connected, and then repairing in the end station out here. Is there a train traffic jam on the border again? Because a little bit low on money. Oh, we did a steel and brick export apparently. Well, I guess that changes everything. Any games from Next Fest that tickled your fancy? I really like. I was okay with like playing After Inc., which is a sequel, thematic sequel to Plague Inc., but it plays a lot like Rebel Inc. from the developers of Plague Inc. And I have to check the other ones. Can't remember their name. That I was just okay with. Insider Trading is a game I really liked, which was like the bilateral game mechanism of organizing and sorting your jokers, but with a insider trading theme, a stock market theme. So it was kind of interesting because you weren't necessarily trying to max out your deck in a certain aspect. The game threw curveballs at that. Let Them Trade was neat, didn't really like it that much, seemed somewhat simple, but that was a empire building game about setting up an empire based on just having your cities trade. And then the games that I really liked were the Insider Trading game and Prologue go way back, but that one mostly for the promise of Player Unknown developing a single player focused tracking, survival, walking across the landscape game. Anything you found? I still have a game downloaded called, a demo downloaded called Pompeii, The Legacy, but I haven't checked that out yet. No construction workers. Because of the traffic jam. Not played anything from Next Fest, just been duning. Not done a Next Fest stream before, so that'd be something for me to try and do. It can feel stressful because you're like learning a new game right away, basically. So that's something. Diving headfirst into a new game and then not sure if you like it or if it's like if you're missing something over and over again. Yeah, like a new game every hour or however long you want to give it. It gets quite exhausting for me to do that. But it's fun. I'm mainly scrolling through the list and picking things that I want to try. I'm not giving chat the upper hand in like picking games for me because that would just turn into a mess, I think. But yeah, I'm scrolling through the list and judging games and then being surprised when you like something. When you click at something and it looks really interesting and you try it and you really like it. That was that Insider Trading game for me. It looked very, it's very stylized, let's put it that way. But it plays very, very well, I think. If you like deck builder games. Minus 40. Building is still not doing too bad. I mean, it's at 11, it's not great, but I guess with an extra heat exchanger we're probably gonna be fine. Yep, heating pipe finishes construction. And now we just need the heat exchanger and then we'll see what it actually looks like. And with that tracking game, I just stuck with it for another hour because I like the idea. It's very rough early alpha, I would say, tech demo level. There's not much else to do than walking around interacting with things as physics objects, but yeah, I'm looking for such a game basically. So I've seen a lot of people write that it's boring and there's nothing to do but walking, which to me is kind of the point, but yeah. I'm not sure if it's gonna stay the way it is right now, or if it will change into something else. I hope they're not gonna make it multiplayer PvP, because that's like, everyone gets like a starting point and a walk towards point, and the first one is the winner. Is a Battle Royale tracking game would be not what I would be looking for, but that could be a theme, I guess, that they're trying to establish. Where you don't have a conflict zone, direct one, but just people walking to the place. Now we're gonna get heating over here, 12 degrees right now. Looks rough. Looks like it's gonna be insufficient heating. I don't know if it can hold the temperature when it climbs inside the building. I think it's just not good enough. Too far away from that. The other house seems to be fine now though. And it doesn't drop down too much, so I guess... minus 44 drops to 11. Gets a little bit cool. I don't know. I'm gonna allow people to move in and see what mess it creates. Battle Royale walking sim, I guess it'll be a new idea. Yeah, barbaric. I think that is what the game felt to me. It had a feeling of Daisy, but your goal was to walk from one place to another, and you had no weapons. Just you picked up a compass, a map, binoculars, grabbed some firewood. It felt like I got the feeling of Unreal World basically from that, but like modern version Unreal World, as in modern setting. Maybe I should set up an auxiliary heating plant up there. Because there's one more building to be built. I mean, over here I already have a heat exchanger, and over there, so I guess I'll bring the other heat exchanger up north, so west, and try and improve the heating in that location a bit more. That would be only 80 meters and probably be sufficient. I'm not going to be happy dragging a heating pipe underneath another one, but that is what we will do. Just bring it over here and it'll be fine. Okay, get that built. Yeah, these houses are in need of some extra heating, and that should be provided that way. I guess I'm allowing them to move in already. 5 people in here, they're gonna suffer some ill effects from low heating, but we'll work on it. And I guess I can't really maybe build too much around here, but the houses would be closer, 100 meters, so some extra development here should probably work. Alternatively, I could consider a direct heating pipe from the heating plant and like gain a lot more efficiency that way. Without having to go through the heat pumping station. Please prioritize that road. I need some workers to lay the gravel down, and then some more asphalt. And then we can start building the bridge from both sides. Now we have some workers here. Means that the construction officers can go and pick up some from the train station, I think. I hooked it up by road, even if it's just a dirt road. That'll help with any construction that they're doing. Because it's gonna be a larger city again. That will take some time. Stupid trains. Okay, come on. Workers didn't make it. Maybe with the next passenger train. Yeah, they have 3.5 hours to get here. Should be fine. As long as the other trains are moving through fast enough. Another 1.5 hour, but they're now, well, almost arriving. There's a oil train in the way. There they go. Stop trying to build the other buildings. You can build pipes and wires and everything, but not buildings. I should just set that on the construction offices then. But I would have to change all the construction offices, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, maybe I should close this area off with an additional house. Especially now that we would have another heat exchanger here. So that's all the heating capacity we have. Gotta be careful extending out further in the west next to the sewage treatment plant. If a couple more houses should be doable, but it's gonna be relatively thin with like mostly parks. I might plant some trees here. Let me know when the heating pipe is up and we can probably take a look at how the temperature's looking. Currently trying to build the low priority last bit of the junction with enough workers. That seems doable. And there's a lot of them in there right now, so go forth and build. And you just... oh, once the other train has gone through, can also move. Yep, good progress. 2 more construction tasks after that, and then we can reduce the amount of workers again and let them build the rest of the track towards the city. With an easier way to turn around because of the completed junction at that point. Well, didn't know you were heading for the same path. I guess that solved itself. Yeah, that one will need 2 construction phases, and so will you. But at the current build speed, it shouldn't take too long. It's just gonna eat through a lot of workforce that isn't going to the city right now. But for that we added the extra houses and the people living here. Right, and that heating pipe still needs to be like completed, I guess. Once the bridge has been built, then the rest of the heating pipe can be set up. There's a distinct lack of road cranes here. There's a lot of building constructions that they start and not bringing road cranes. Did the maintenance officers finish their maintenance work? They're probably not assigning themselves here. And that's why there's no road cranes. Nope, they are. What do you have currently on your agenda? That is a lot. Maintenance has priority. Almost there. Gotta build one more. I guess you can also move. Gotta be a little bit in the way. Okay, like pause, chill. Wait, are you gonna finish it? No way. Told ya. 2 work days, as usual. And the same thing will happen for the other rail construction vehicle too. But in the next construction the whole Y is done, and that one will then allow them to turn around in place. A lot easier. Train comes in for construction work, and to turn around it can just leave through the upper lane and then go out. And for the other side it would have to go in here, reverse into this construction path, and then to leave it can just leave out normally. So a lot easier to move through at that point. Yep, 1 workday. I knew it. I will have to set up a waste storage for the rail construction office because it's going to probably do some demolition tasks. Maybe we'll have our harbor at that point. Basically gonna work like this Y, allowing them to get to the other side of the track, with this part being the construction location. Okay then, come on, build that piece of track. You're already blinking, so I don't have to click that. And since this is the last construction phase where the Y will connect, they will also be able to turn around easily. Then I can get rid of these signals. Oh, my mistake. It's fine. Nothing happened. Yep, and this train can leave through this track back to the rail construction office once it's done. Interesting that the other heating pipe isn't done yet. I thought the construction would go faster. They're not building anything else. Well done. So, traffic jams in this area should therefore be resolved, I think. Because the construction trains don't have to park on that area anymore. Wow. Such low delivery of workers here, what's going on? It's only minus 20 degrees, so we're not going to be able to see much. But it should be enough. Down to 18% highly educated. We'll probably have to make a change at some point and provide some more living quarters for highly educated, because I guess the school is fine. I could deal with twice as many people. Clinic is fine too. The high productivity of all the citizens is amazing. I'm gonna give them a couple more ambulances because they seem to be always busy, which probably has something to do with the low temperature through winter. Yep, it's working. I guess we'll leave the worker count up the way it is right now. It's going to take a decent chunk out of each delivery of workers. Like, these ones are all going to go to the fire station / rail construction at that rate. Guess we can also bring the terraforming vehicles up, since we now have road connections out here. I thought I brought more bulldozers here. Guess not. Yeah, not much of a delay anymore. Sure, there's a tiny one when they block the junction as they're turning around, but in general this is working really well. And the signals can also be changed again to what they're supposed to be, as in chain signals. Okay, I'm gonna put a chain signal here. We'll put a regular signal here. And replace this with a regular signal. Means that the passenger trains passing through the area have priority and can park themselves on this block without the construction trains being able to do anything about it. And the construction trains can only move through when the passenger trains are not in the way. But the passenger trains still have to wait here to make sure that there's at least room for a train to go through here. And no other train is incoming. Which should make the supply of workers here also quite steady. And yeah, the construction trains can of course reserve themselves the junction when it makes sense. You're trying to do what? And you can just leave through there after the other construction train went through. That's not a lot of workers. Also, what's the line spacing? Now that we have 12 vehicles, I'm gonna have to bring the calculator out again. 3,000 seconds divided by 12. 250. Okay. That's better than before. And there are still some delays. There should be enough highly educated to run the school. If they arrive here at the same time, people can actually get an education. It's wonderful. I'm going to deactivate the buildings manually now. So if I'm not in the area, they're not going to build anything stupid that could potentially burn down. I'm not 100% sure if I'm selecting the right buildings. Not all of them can burn down, but yeah. We'll start building buildings after all of the infrastructure has been put in place. Let's check on the steel mill. Decent amount of workers. Are we keeping up with export? Loading brick and steel at the same time for export. 50-50 apparently. I have a lot more train cars for steel export, just saying. Yeah, that oil export, I think I don't know. I mean, if the steel export is fine, then sure, go for it. But I feel like we could have another train on steel export. Or brick export. I'm going to turn off bricks for now. Sorry, not bricks, oil. I would like some more brick, but preferably steel export. What is the same color scheme? It's yellowish, which I guess is this one, yeah. I guess it's the default color. Sure. It looked different from that view. But it's actually the same one. Am I overstraining the secret police now by having 5 extra houses? They still seem to be on point with everything being known, which is great. Yeah, they have like almost all of them have 80% loyalty. Minimum loyalty is not really a requirement, I guess, for highly educated people anymore. Pretty good. I think we're running full on highly educated, waiting for their own flat. Because regular educated citizens are definitely not running into issues. I'll let very highly educated, very loyal people move in here too. Next to the secret police, basically. Doesn't mean that people from like another town might not move in, or might move in. But they should also be loyal. Because they'll probably have a TV. And listen to the right TV station. We're building towards the fire station. Once that one is in place, we can set up the electricity here. After we start bringing workers from, I guess, this train platform now, we can have a personal car route from that train platform to the city. Making sure that fire station has enough workers to run. 4 personal cars are probably enough to handle that. I assume they're going to be able to get to the tram stop and the tram trafo over the prefab panel roads. I just remember from like in the past that it didn't allow access for pedestrians and vehicles, so the construction offices, do they count? Surely they must allow vehicles through. But I always get that confused. Okay, build the last 2 pieces of the bridge, then we can get rid of the dirt road around here. Set up the heating pipe proper. We'll have to bring electricity towards this area from the transformer substation somewhere next to the heat exchanger, plus water and sewage. Not a problem. I kind of want to build a city hall inside Sovskoye. I think the extra housing provides so many extra workers that we should definitely not have an issue running a city hall now. Oh, the game calls it the city accounting office now. If I remove the footpath, it would still not be enough, I don't think. Student hall with 60 of the 75 inhabitants already having a radio, 32 having a TV. Makes sense. I guess we'll just build the accounting office here. Somewhere. I'll give us information about Sovskoye in total, the city zone. Unlike the statistics of the whole map. So we can compare Sovskoye to the average of the nation. And it should be above average, I think, because the villages are not as good. But I think I'm going to call it here for today. It's been 7 hours. As always, hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you very much for watching. The city is slowly taking shape, at least the core. Residential buildings built down here, carried up by a tram track in the beginning. And we need loops, basically. We need a loop. Well, we have the end station over here. There's not an industry after, so they can bring workers to the heating plant, then turn around on the end station and go back to the city side. Yeah. We'll figure something out next time. For now, like I said, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We're going to raid, I think. But whom? Let's just go over to Project 7. Playing workers and resources, normally in German, but will welcome you in English. If you want to ask questions, feel free to do so. But yeah, the stream will turn German at some point, but he's always open for more questions in English. If that is not a problem. But yeah, hope you have a lovely day. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe also next time.